Hey, good morning and welcome to the governing body meeting for May. I know that you'll be super excited to see me sitting here. It's only temporary, let me just tell you. The Mayor will be back in about half an hour. He is downstairs with Ministers of the Crown and others having a bit of a chat about our future, so we wish him well with that. I'd also like to take this opportunity before we officially start to welcome Fiona He. Fiona, come and say hello to everybody. I think I've managed to introduce her to some of you. Fiona is a student at King's College and she is studying politics. So she's deciding whether she would get involved in politics. She's chosen economics and it's politics or philosophy. So please be on your very best behaviour because we would love more young women in politics, I'm sure. So welcome, Fiona. Thank you very much for joining us. We have apologies received from Councillor Hills, who of course is in Busan at the Climate Action Conference that the Mayor is going to later in the week. We have apologies, as I have mentioned, from the Mayor, who's on council business downstairs. We also have apologies for lateness from Councillor Watson and Councillor Newman. We have an apology for early departure from Councillor Baker, approximately noon. I think that's right. Is that right, Councillor Baker? Have we got any further apologies? No, I'll then move those apologies. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Henderson. All those in favour say aye. Carried. There are no declarations of interest, so we move now to confirmation of the minutes, and we have two sets of minutes to confirm, that from the 24th of April and the 5th of May. I'll move the confirmation of those minutes. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Baker, thank you. All those in favour say aye. Against, carried. Thank you. Public input. We had a request for public input which has been denied and it's only denied from this committee. It will actually be referred to the Expenditure Control and Procurement Committee as the content is around own your own home, so that will go to that committee. We move on to local board input. We have no local board input and no extraordinary items. We shall now move, of course, to item 7, and that is the Auckland Council Group and Auckland Council Quarterly Performance Report for the 9 months ending the 31st of March 2023. So welcome to the table, Kent, Karuna, Tracy and Ross. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. Karuna here, Manager Group Performance Reporting. We actually have Nicola, not Kent this morning. So this is the regular quarterly performance update to go through the key financials and service performance information through to the end of March. This morning's presentation is going to be led by the finance team. We will then have a presentation from Craig Hobbs, Director of Regulatory Services, and his team with a particular focus on building and resource consents. And we'll have some time for questions at the end. So if I can now hand over to Ross to start with the group financials.
Good morning. So I'll just step through the financial results for the overall group through to the end of the March quarter. So first up, CapEx delivery. So $1.9 billion of CapEx was delivered for the 9 months through to the end of March. So that was a delivery rate against budget of 93%, up from 90% in the December quarter end. That was a 26% lift from the same period a year ago. But bearing in mind that the prior year was a year with COVID disruption, lockdowns, etc. So what we're seeing is a pretty strong delivery in capital delivery, getting above 90% delivery rates. So that is, the challenges we've talked about around supply chain, labour constraints, and then now, weather disruption in the early part of this year. All that stuff has made it a challenging environment to get CapEx projects done. But across the group, we're now hitting 93% delivery. So a good result in challenging circumstances. This just some examples of CapEx delivery for the quarter. So at the end of the quarter, 30th of March, the Pukekohe wastewater treatment plant was opened. So what that does is it doubles the capacity for the Pukekohe area and surrounding area. So rather than servicing 30,000 houses, the plant capacity will service 60,000 households. It's also a state-of-the-art facility. It's one of the best and most modern wastewater treatment plants in New Zealand. Central Interceptor has made great progress. So the smaller micro tunnel boring machine has now completed its journey. So that's done. And then the main tunnel boring machine has made some pretty good progress. It's travelled a total of 5.3 kilometres. It's now laid around 3,300 concrete rings behind it. So making really good progress, again, despite really challenging operating environment. Another example, Northwest Busway improvements. So you can see some improvements along Lincoln Road and State Highway 16. So lots of work underway and so really good progress on that key bit of infrastructure. Again, also electric train manufacturing. So you can't quite see any completed trains, but you can see all the bits of them and all the facilities there. So the sidewalls, the painting, the end rails, the assembly bits. So lots of work underway, building the electric trains that are coming our way soon. In terms of operating performance, so what we've seen for the quarter ended in March is direct revenue. So excluding rates revenue, we've seen revenue about 63 million favourable to budget. So a sort of small favourable variance then. Been a few pluses and minuses in that. Public transport revenue's been down, but we've had some subsidies and other funding come through. So extra Watercare subsidies has kind of balanced some of that stuff out. We've seen stronger revenue come through from ports than budgeted, and we've got higher Watercare revenue. So when budgets were set for Watercare, it was sort of people were thinking about droughts. That's sort of not the frame of reference at the moment. Things have changed a lot, but we're seeing stronger water and wastewater revenue coming through. So yeah, on the expenditure side, across the group, lots of pluses and minuses, but all up very close to budget. We've seen some lower employment costs come through from staff vacancies. So partly because of really tough to fill vacancies and get the labour force that we need across the group, but also some of the spend controls that have been put in place as kept vacancies unfilled. We've seen other things with some lower consultancy costs, professional spend again from delayed project activities and spend controls. But on the flip side, we have seen extra maintenance costs, repair costs and things like that from the weather events. So we've had some unexpected costs, but the good news is we've been able to accommodate that to date, within budget overall. And with that, I'll pass across to Andrew to talk about the debt.
Thank you, Ross. I'll just touch on this slide. Yeah, net debt was 11.9 billion at 31 March. That was 760 million increase from the start of the year. As Ross has touched on, the increased capex spend has meant that that we've needed to continue to borrow. Effective from the 3rd of April, we started funding the ports of Auckland, so we are their bank effective from the 3rd, which will result in some savings to the council group in the long run as well. Council debt to revenue ratio is that second slide. Yeah, we are forecasting it to be 248. As Ross has touched on, revenues are looking slightly better. Debt is just probably around budget is where we think it's going to be. Our credit rating is at AA and AA2 from Standard & Poor's and Moody's, so that's unchanged. And yeah, discussions with them are still quite positive. I think that's probably it from me. I'll pass on to Nicola to the next.
Thanks, AJ. Good morning, everybody. So talking now to Auckland Council parent, starting with the capital investment for the year to date. I've got some nice pictures coming of the Parks and Communities renewal program, which I'll show you in a moment. We do have some delays in the program. It's mainly to do with the Te pathway and land acquisitions, which are taking longer to negotiate than hoped. There's some delays in Myers Park construction, which is being worked through at the moment and still hoping to have that completed by the end of the financial year. Good progress being made on Ports of Auckland outfall upgrade and recently completed tunnelling work for the Clinker Place stormwater pipe project as well. The Albany hub, our new office to the north, is being slightly delayed and the move-in date is deferred to August with some remedial issues being addressed. So definitely one of the highlights of the quarter was the reopening of the winter gardens in the Auckland Domain. Really a fantastic renewal of the facility and strengthening and also improving the emissions at the facility as well.
Nicola, can I just ask that you move a bit closer? We've got a few people online. I'm getting messages for clarity. Thanks.
Thank you. They're not quite so exciting, but perhaps delighting just as many people are renewals to our West Wave Aquatic Centre, which was mostly electrical and lighting upgrades to the generator and emergency lighting systems, among other things. The Silverdale War Memorial Playground, one of the key aspects of this was the using recycled equipment and reusing things like fallen trees, bollards, seawall rocks, etc. So quite exciting the way that they managed to renew that facility. And adding to the award-winning playground up in the Kopupaka Reserve in Northwest, also some bridges to improve access and 2 new po whenua there. In terms of operating performance for the quarter, the revenue pretty much on budget. We do have some increased revenue from rental income and leisure centre activity is higher than we expected, and building consenting revenue is also doing very well, offset by some unfavourable variances, particularly in just the timing of when we receive better off funding from the government, and our LIMS and property files revenue, the volumes are also lower. In terms of direct expenditure, favourable to budget by 44 million, that's quite across the board, and has also resulted in the fact that we have achieved our savings target. This was shared with you in the Seas update last month, where we reported that we had exceeded the target, in fact, saving 95.7 million by the end of March. This included in the third quarter 21.1 million, with 1.8 million permanent savings and around 19 million of one-off savings. Permanent savings were in repairs and maintenance costs due to favourable contract negotiations, and other planned savings came through from workforce costs due to our recruitment controls and removal of some budgeted vacant roles. And the one-off savings, a range of things, further staff costs, some project delivery delays, and the measures that we took to reduce discretionary expenditure. I will hand to Karuna.
Thanks, Nicola. So during quarter 3, 22 performance measures were updated, where we met 10 and did not meet 12. In terms of the 12 measures where targets were not met, some key points on that. In terms of the usage of our community facilities, participant numbers to our art facilities and hire venues and library visits do remain a challenge in this post-pandemic environment. However, there are initiatives to improve these, for example, library acquisition initiatives, and we are seeing numbers moving in the right direction, and in fact library visits have increased over the quarter. As we can see up there, performance for the percentage of cases of non-compliance for menacing dogs that reach compliance within 3 months has dropped due to the reasons you see up there, for example, staff shortages. However, over January and February, we have had new animal shelter officers and animal management officers starting, noting also that animal management assisted flood victims by delivering pet food and housing displaced animals while their owners found housing. So we do continue to keep an eye on this measure. Resource consent and building consent timeframes have also declined slightly from FY22 due to the processing of the backlog of work in progress applications and loss of staff and redeployment of staff to the flood and cyclone event. We do have Craig and his team to talk more on this shortly. In terms of the 10 performance measures where targets were met, again, as we can see in the top chart up there, our D and E graded premises are being revisited and exceeding target as the effects of the pandemic decrease. Our stormwater services continue to do well, and customer satisfaction for our building consent, resource consent, food and alcohol licensing services have been met. So on that note, I believe it's a good time to pass on to Craig Hobbs, Director Regulatory Services.
Thank you. Welcome, Craig. Can you sneak in? And nice and close to the mic, please, Craig.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks, Karuna. Very keen to take you through the consenting performance results to date, to give you an insight into where we're at as a business. So I will focus on the consenting side only. Thank you. At this stage, I am supported by Ian McCormick and Ian Smallburn, General Manager of Resource Consents and Building Consents today. If required, I'll bring them forward. So in terms of the consenting journey, just wanted to touch on that to start with. And one thing that we are very clear on with in regulatory services is providing seamless customer journeys. It's something we've worked hard at for the last 3 years. We've made some significant improvements, but it is a journey when you start looking to consent, and we understand that when people come to us, they're looking to realise a dream generally. You know, they want a new house, a new subdivision, develop, for the good of Tamaki Makaurau. We do basically regulate to the unitary plan. We have input into the unitary plan, but that's designed and developed. We then enforce or make sure that we meet the rules required under that plan. A lot of what we're doing now in terms of our big developments is working through pre-application meetings. It's critical that we get quality applications in to start with, and our applicants know and understand what we're requiring of them to get a good consent through. Once we get them, obviously we receive an application. In the financial year 23 year to date, we've received 14,000 building consent applications, 12,000 resource consent applications. So big volumes still continuing to come in. We then process those consents. We work through the engineering approvals to ensure that the infrastructure that's going into the ground meets our needs, and when it's vested in council, we don't have ongoing problems with it. We also check plans against the building consents and the resource consents to ensure again that the infrastructure will meet those standards that are required. We are working now on a customer segmentation program. So we have a premium project department which looks after the very big high-end developments, the PwC Tower, Pacifica, and the likes of those big investments and infrastructure projects. The same with CRL and the likes. We have a qualified partner program. That program works with the likes of the group home builders, where we have confidence in the quality of the work, and we will work with them and ease them through the consenting process, getting it through quickly. We also have a streamline process as well, which is where it is a very simple consent, and pretty much it's just a look at the risk, very little, tick the box, and away we go. So we're managing our demand pretty well. Just in terms of what we do develop, looking at the bottom there, we're working on big infrastructure projects, government projects. We also consent parks and reserves and the likes, and obviously housing is a major focus for us at the moment. Just looking at the trends that we've encountered over the last few years, so going back to March 07, and you can see there the impact of the likes of the global financial crisis, the migration boom that New Zealand experienced. So these are dwellings consented, so these are actual houses that people can move in and live in. Interestingly, when you look at the unitary plan and the opportunity that presented in terms of housing growth, meeting the housing demand that we had. So it did its job, did a great job in terms of enabling housing. What surprised us a little bit was the COVID-19 pandemic. We were forecasting a decrease in applications through that period, and reality is we had our boom time. As you can see, it just took us by surprise. That also fell at the same time as we were losing a lot of staff to the private market, and it was hard to replace those staff because of the borders being closed. So it was a challenging time for us. But we have overlaid there the orange slide, the orange line is our statutory performance in building consents. So you can see that we actually we were okay. We would have liked to have been better, but reality is, we did struggle to achieve the statutory performance we would have liked through that peak period. It is, as consents are dropping off now, we are seeing a rebound in terms of performance. Just to give you some quick numbers, in terms of resource consents lodged, if you look at a rolling 12 months to the end of April, we're 8% down on resource consents lodged versus the prior 12 months, and for building consents, we're 16% down. We're still well up on consent inspections though, so there's still a lot of work for us out there in the inspection space. We're doing around about 175,000 inspections a year in that space, so pretty significant. Just looking at resource consents performance, and again, we've called out there the unitary plan implementation, COVID-19, and the IPI plan change 78, which is the yellow bar. And again, you can see the peak or the major increase in applications through that 2021 period, 22, but now dropping off as the interest rates rise, money gets harder to secure, and there's obviously less demand out there in the marketplace at the moment. Overlaying our statutory performance with our customer satisfaction, this, I believe, demonstrates that in terms of timeframes, our customers know the timeframes that they can expect to get a consent back from us. 20 stat days is the measure that government imposes on us. It's a poor metric, in my opinion. It doesn't talk about complexity or what's involved in a consent. And as I say, most of our customers understand if it's a big consent application, there's no way we're going to turn it around in 20 days or even the 40 days that we can extend out to. So we work with them around the timeframes to try and get their consent through as quickly as possible. And again, our customer satisfaction levels, if you look to the right there, there's been a significant increase over the last short while in terms of our customer satisfaction. And I think that's a result of automation, it's a result of process improvements, system improvements, and mainly better communication with our customers, letting them know where they stand with their consents. Building consents, similar scenario. Again, the peaks through that 2021-22 period, now dropping off in terms of consent applications. Again, looking at the unitary plan and COVID-19 impacts, and our statutory performance, which did take a bit of a dip through those key big peak periods, but is improving now. One of the challenges we have in our systems as they currently stand is that we don't have the ability to flex to demand using systems to help us out. It really is a case of putting more people into seats or taking them out to meet the demand, and that's something we've been working at on quite significantly over the last couple of years with a digital platform, which unfortunately will slow down a bit over the next 12 months, just basically because of CapEx constraints and ICT resource. But we will look to continue that program as quickly as we can to deliver, as I say, a seamless consenting journey, certainly in building consents to start with, but that will also have application across resource consents and rig engineering and licensing for that matter as well. And again, customer satisfaction, again, trending up. So one of the things that we have done in this space with building consents is we have about 5 robots now, I think, AI robots working in our system to help reduce some of the high volume, low value work that we do, the admin work. So some good stuff going on there. Again, just showing you the trends. Commercial down the bottom on that top graph, that's the commercial consents that we've been receiving through the previous quarters. Again, a slight drop off in Q3 of this year. And at the top, the residential decline, which is where we'd expect to see the biggest decline. Big infrastructure projects are continuing on as with investment through the likes of the government initiatives, our big capital initiatives. Where we're seeing the decline is in those small home builders and speculative home builders. Group home builders are still doing okay, but at much reduced volumes than what they were doing 12 months ago. Kāinga Ora and the likes of Fletchers and so on are continuing to push on with their programs. There's still a good pipeline of residential work in place, and that's why our inspections are as strong as they are. And again, down the bottom there, looking at resource consents received, the single applications are for a house on a section or a retaining wall or whatever. Bundled is what is where we're getting a subdivision plus roads plus water infrastructure and so on, all included in it. And we are seeing a drop off in that space at the moment. Won't talk too much to this. The 2 dotted line bars are because we're still in those quarters. We haven't finished them as yet, but it'll give you an idea of the numbers that we are producing. We had 100, as I said before, we've done 173,000 inspections in the last financial year, and in terms of code of compliance certificates, we had 13,700 applications. So holding up pretty well in terms of those numbers. Code of compliance certificate is where, again, we sign off a house for someone to go and live in. It's the last part of the process. Just in terms of the future and where we're going or what's occurring. So we are seeing lower demand for consenting, talk to that. We are concerned about insolvency. There's been a number of builders and companies go to the wall in recent times. You would have seen that will increase. One thing we have done is improved our billing frequency. In the past, we'd bill pretty much at the end of a process. We're now billing through a process. So as we do the work, we're recovering those costs. So trying to be as financially astute as we can in that space. And I think when you look at our contribution to overheads over the last 4 or 5 years, it's something that we manage very, very closely is the revenue, the income, the budget performance. In terms of complex projects, the likes of CRL and so on, they are continuing to be worked on. We do have some pressures coming in terms of Resource Management Act reforms and also 3 Waters or the Affordable Waters reforms. That will have an impact on our teams. We're not sure exactly how yet, but we're working through that legislation as it's developed to try and future-proof ourselves where we can. And there is still very much a skilled labour shortage. We are still struggling to get good people in at the moment, but that will hopefully improve as the borders open up and potentially as consultancies start to perhaps lose business, we might be able to pick up some good people. What we are managing to manage our business going forward, we're looking at our consultancy spend. So we spend a lot of money with consultants as overflow, and we've had to rely on them heavily over the last 2 years where we haven't been able to get staff and where we've managed to stay on top of our consent applications. But that's an area where we can reduce and use our FTE, and we do tend to make a greater percentage of bottom line return off our FTE. We're investing in technology. I talked about a digital platform before. That will give our customers full visibility of where a consent is in any stage. This is building consents at the moment. It will translate into resource consents and the like afterwards. But so customers can have a look at where the consent is in the process, what information we require, who's asking for that information, where the responsibility lies. So we think that'll be a significant factor in terms of improving timeframes because there'll be no questions around what we're looking for. And as I say, customers will also have the ability to ring whoever's got the consent at that time, whether it be us or Auckland Transport or Watercare, to talk directly to the person responsible to get information as to what's required. The other improvement that we have just introduced is we've moved our consents into the cloud, that process. So document management now is significantly improved, where it was taking up to, on average, something like 13 or 14 minutes to upload all the documents required for a consent in the past. We're now down to sort of 1 or 2 minutes, just because of the speed of utilising the cloud. So huge productivity gains for us, but particularly for our customers. In terms of how we project and look forward, because it is obviously a question, I guess, for council in terms of how we're managing, the forecasting. We have a stakeholder reference group, which is made up of industry experts, big players, the Property Council are involved in that, MBIE's involved in it. We're constantly scanning and working with that group around what their demand forecasts are. We also have a customer advisory group in building consents, same scenario. There's, the banks are involved in that as well. So we're constantly looking to see what everyone's projecting and understanding the impacts that'll have on our business. The other thing that we've just started to do in recent times too is we're starting to work with our consultants now about getting their forecasts as well. So that consultant group obviously receive consent applications in or consents and work on them for customers. We're starting to get a view on what that pipeline is as well to allow us to manage our business and adjust to the demand required. So I will probably leave it there and hand back to you, Madam Chair.
Oh, thank you very much. So to you, Ross, AJ, Nicola, Karuna and Craig, thank you for your presentation. I'll now open for questions, and the first question is in the name of Councillor Ken Turner. Councillor Turner.
Thank you. Just three questions, if I may. Just going back to slide 8, those group debt. Just from my understanding, the group debt has gone up by 0.9 billion, but the group, the debt to income ratio at the bottom, if I'm correct, a bit more. Yeah. So the bottom chart shows, the debt to income ratio dropping. But I didn't, so that drop is about 16%. It's about 1.6, 1.8 billion. We haven't done that much better as far as I could see in income. So I just can't balance those two figures in my head. Could you just explain that to me? The debt to income ratio has dropped significantly at the same time as borrowings has gone up.
It's a forecast number at 30 June. So what you're seeing, the debt to revenue, is a forecast number at 30 June. There is a slight assumption around debt levels and of revenue, that the improvement in revenue. So it's a forecast number. That's what we're forecasting at 30 June. So there is some risk around it, around revenues and debt being higher. But at the moment, the forecast at the quarter was 248.
It's interesting. It's about a $2 billion sort of thingy difference. Okay, next question, slide 21. I just wondered, the customer satisfaction dipped dramatically to 20%, just on a big spike there. And I just wondered what that's for, resource consent collecting, etc.
Kia ora tātou. Hi, I'm Ian Smallburn, General Manager of Resource Consent. So the dip in customer satisfaction, if you look at the slide in a general sense, it is quite up and down. There is a general trend to show that it moves up. That dip was in December, and it was at a time when we were extremely busy. So the number of people that were submitting and providing feedback through that customer survey was extremely small. So generally people that were not comfortable or not happy with the process. So the sample size was really small.
Okay. And last question, just you, Mr. Hobbs, said that your departmental contribution to overheads was good. There's no chart in there. That would be a really good chart to have in there, is all departmental contribution to overheads. Have I missed something?
Thanks, Councillor. I didn't include those basically because I anticipate that the financials are made public, through your papers regularly, but I can provide them on an annual basis. In fact, I could show them to you later on if you want to see those.
So it's not just you, it's all departments' contribution to overheads would be a good chart to see.
Yeah, I guess the challenge there, speaking on behalf of my finance colleagues, is that a lot of our departments aren't, or directorates aren't profit making. They tend to, they basically work to the rates funding, whereas my department does cover its costs through user pays.
Okay, still be good to see, then I can ask more questions. Thanks.
Thank you, councillor. Next councillor is Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, Chair. I've got 3 questions. I'll start with Craig. Thanks, mate. Hey, look, I have emailed this, but I thought it'd be cool to ask it live. So I've received questions from flood-affected residents in slip-prone areas, and they're having to take on retaining wall work, that kind of stuff, to stabilise their property. They are being charged resource consents, and they're asking if there's anything we can do about it. I know we're financially strapped, but it's pretty tough when someone's yellow stickered and they have to do the work. So is there something that we can do?
Yeah, Councillor Henderson, and so speaking generically around the charging, we have made the decision, particularly in building consents, we will continue to charge for consent applications. And I'm not talking resource consents, but building consents, a lot of consents are actually, a lot of the work, remedial work doesn't need consents anyway, but we have made the decision that we will require consents where it's appropriate, and we will charge for those for 2 reasons. One is the consent work gives the owner and new owners surety that the work's been done to a standard that's required. In terms of funding, if we don't charge, and I said before it's user pays, hopefully the insurance companies will be covering some of these costs, that falls on the ratepayers. So we've made that decision to charge. The same would apply for resource consents. In terms of specific consenting requirements, it really does come back to a case-by-case basis. If it's, my understanding, and Ian, I'll look at you in a minute, Ian Smallburn, but if it's just replacing an existing retaining wall to the same spec, we don't need a consent. I'm getting a nod, that's positive. But if it is different, again, it's that same scenario. We want to make sure that it's built to the right standard, giving people certainty for the future.
Cool, thank you. Thanks. 2 more financial stuff. So you can stand down, Craig. CapEx delivery. So I'm not sure if I'm asking the right person here, but I'm wondering how I can request a memo around the TIFO pathway work. So I think Nicola, you mentioned that it was delayed, but I'm struggling to get any information on what's happening.
So through you, Chair, I understand that TIFO Pathway has had reports to governing body previously and may be due for another report back shortly. So, I can follow up.
Okay, thank you, that's really... last question. So just in terms of budgetary stuff and annual plan stuff, we got favourable budget revenue of 63 mil, which is pretty awesome. Does that impact the annual plan discussions, or is it already priced in?
No, it's already priced in, so all of our forecasts for next year reflect the latest information, and particularly this is looking back to March, and we've kind of included that and any subsequent updates. So there's no great news here. We were hoping that debt might be lower, CapEx delivery might be slow, which is great financially, not so good for delivering stuff for the city. But this is basically a picture of we're pretty much on budget, slightly favourable. So it's no good news, but also no bad news for the annual budget.
Thank you, Councillor. Good try. Councillor Fletcher, online.
Thank you, Chair. My question sort of follows on from that. I have, and I think I've raised this before.
Hold on, Councillor, we can't hear a word you're saying. Just a sec. Can you turn your volume up, please, Councillor?
Sure. Can you hear me now?
No, we can't hear you. Councillor, can we just come back to you, and I'll ask my trustee colleagues on my right to see if they can make you work. Just hold a line and I'll go to Councillor Baker while they look at the technology. Sorry, Councillor Fletcher. We'll just put you on hold for a sec.
Thanks, Craig. So question for you. And so in terms of the consenting process, I suppose the feedback I get is the frustration now is with the code of compliance and the 224Cs, which enable them to get on and actually sell their properties and make money out of their developments, in particular the big developers. down our way. Is there I mean, they're saying that there's no capacity, that it's slow, people go and leave, and it just stops, and then they have to wait for LINs and a hideously slow process through the Land Information Service. So, is there a way in which, or is there thought been given as to how we can actually speed or get that process up, because they find it now, it is a thing that I get complaints about most often, and that there's just huge delays in getting 224Cs out there to enable people to actually move on.
Councillor, between us, we'll answer this.
Kia ora. So I look after the 224C process. It is one of the parts of the process which is quite challenging, because as you all know, that's when the funding kicks in for applicants, so there's a lot of pressure at that stage. We find that a lot of the information that we receive perhaps isn't up to scratch, and we also rely a little bit on a lot on our asset owners to ensure that the assets that are provided through that subdivision are up to scratch and fit for purpose. So it's not a simple process, but it's one that we're working on to try and be clear on what are the information requirements up front, so we can get that information early in the process and work with our asset owner colleagues so the touch points are efficient. But yes, appreciate that that's a frustration for customers, but one that we're working on.
Has there been any consideration of, or would you be willing to consider sitting down with some of those bigger players, as you do elsewhere, to figure out a way in which that can actually be streamlined, and so it might be an extension of the premium consenting process, or it might be a way where, where we're talking hundreds of millions of dollars in contracts and things. Is there a willingness to actually try and sort this out? Because we get caught in the middle where everyone's pointing the finger at each other.
Yep.
And, it'd be really good to actually have a sit down and, is there a willingness to do that?
Yep, definitely a willingness. More than happy to have those conversations. We have had a few in the past around what areas can work and what doesn't work. So more than happy to continue those discussions.
And through you, Your Worship, Councillor, in terms of the CCCCs, we're at 94%, 93% statutory performance within 20 days at the moment, so that shouldn't be a problem. Again, very hard to talk generically, but case by case, more than happy to pick those up and work with the developers.
Councillor Dalton. Right.
Councillor Dalton, please.
Thank you, Craig. I'll start with you. You talked about CapEx constraints and IT's resource constraints about the automation, I think, project you're doing. Is it more efficient to get that money in and do it this financial year than push it out a year in terms of streamlining the work and the costs of the efficiency? Or savings of the efficiency.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor, and through the Chair. We've slowed the program down. We haven't stopped it. So we're still continuing to work on our customer engagement and document management, the two major factors in that stream. What we're not doing is the application process, which is a triaging process. We'll pick that up next year. To answer your question, the challenge we have is that we're looking at resource availability across the whole of the business at the moment and having to prioritise accordingly. And when I say we, the exec leadership team. While we're challenged in that space, particularly with ICT resource to be able to deliver working within the SAP systems and so on, it is proving challenging, and we have had to just take a step back. I will be looking to work with my colleagues around how we can pick that program up again next year, funds available, and drive it as quickly as we can.
Is the resourcing around the skill or just the numbers of people?
No, it's more skill, as I understand it. My ICT colleagues could speak to this better than I can, but it's just the lack of available people that are available in the likes of the Hybris software that we use, the SAP programs that we use. I don't fully understand it, but that's the big challenge.
My second question for you, or third question, is around, are you human resourced enough to achieve your targets? And the second part of that is, are your employees working longer hours than what they are in their employment agreements to ensure the work is getting through?
Yep. We are resourced at a level that I'm comfortable with. with it's, again, our customers tend to be reasonably comfortable with what we're doing. We'll always have challenges around resourcing. We can't have the numbers to meet every demand, every consent within a 20-day performance timeframe. The big challenge we have had, obviously, over the last 2 or 3 months has been the flooding and so on, where our building inspectors have been out placarding, compliance people have been out doing their work, making sure that people are sticking to the needs of those placards and so on, or the requirements that they impose. So we have had a lot of overtime in recent times. That has been a challenge, and we are now seeing a lot of people taking leave and taking breaks, which is positive, but again, it does impact our timeliness.
Yeah, that's tricky, isn't it, to balance?
Yeah, and if I could come back again, I think that the challenge for us is how we take that. We give ourselves the flexibility within our systems and processes rather than relying on individuals. If we could automate 60% of our consent process and just work on the gnarly issues, would make life easier, and that's where we're heading. But as I say, we're just not going to get there as quickly as I would have liked, but we will get there.
Okay, thank you. Ross, I think you can ask these two questions. How many billion is our debt if we were at 265?
Not sure off the top of my head. Andrew, do you want to
Sorry.
correct?
Each percent is about 50 million, so we are at.
Sorry.
Yeah. So just roughly speaking, each percent of debt to revenue is about 50 million. Yeah, so if you have to be a 60 is 12%, so it's about 6 million more, roughly. Sorry, what's that? 50. It's 300 million more. Sorry. Yeah.
Thank you. And so 1% is 50 million, roughly. Roughly.
So that's assuming the revenue stays unchanged. Remember, it's if debt moves by 1%,
Right.
by 50 million, it affects 1% of debt to revenue.
Yep.
Roughly.
And in terms of the interest rates, the forecast in the budget is averaging 4.6. And we've got debt coming off hedge, and we're saying it's going to hit higher. Is it lumpy? Does it go like that, or do we average through in our forecasts?
We generally average through because we have relative high levels of hedging. But with the rising interest rates, it's rising slowly over the 10-year period. So my recollection is that in 10 years' time, it's around the 475, 480 mark. So there's a gradual increase. That's assuming rates stay where they are, but they move.
Okay, so not to be mistaken with coming off a hedge at 2% and then hitting the 7%. We're smoothing. Yeah.
That's correct, because we have hedged.
I think that is all I had. I had a question, it's an Auckland Transport one actually, I don't know if you know the answer. Do you know, maybe I'll go to them, are we taking every opportunity there is to match our work program to capitalise on the Waka Kotahi subsidies, or are we letting some subsidies slip away from us because our work program is not consistent with, what they would fund?
I think it's a question for them, or we can get them to respond to that. To the best of my
That'd be
knowledge,
great.
they're doing everything they can, and they work really hard to maximise that. But we can get a response back to you from Auckland Transport.
Thank you.
More detail on that.
Thank you.
I'm going to try Councillor Fletcher. We've got a few technical issues. We can see you,
Thank you.
Councillor
Can you
Fletcher,
hear me, Your Worship?
but you're delightfully quiet.
If you can hear me, my question
I'll
relates.
see if
firstly,
Councillor
can I-
Fully. Councillor
Kia ora,
Fully,
Your
are you
Worship,
there?
Lord Chair. Yes, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me, Your Worship? Oh, okay. They
Councillor
must be having
Darby,
issues.
are you there?
Yeah, I am here. I can hear Councillor Foley, but no one else in the room can hear Councillor Foley or Councillor Fletcher.
Hey, while you're there, Finn, you interviewed
Come to the table and repeat the question, please.
You got a big audience there. It's taken us ages to get the technology this effective. I'm quite enjoying it. And at the same time, the other person who's booked here for a speech, Mr. Walker, has left the room. So, Mr. Watson stepping
guys,
in
I
to
think we can hear each
Mr.
other
Walker, you've
online,
returned.
but they
You're
can't
next
hear
up
us.
for a question.
Just have a question around pages 22 and 23 of the attachment. And there's an item there around the Women's World Cup of Football, which is by far and away the most significant sporting event that New Zealand may ever have had. I have a concern around the marketing of the event, particularly as it goes to the domestic market. I'm not familiar with what the marketing is to the international market, and I note that there's a mention that the marketing is in development. I just wondered if there was any further information that might be available. And the reason that I'm saying this is I'm doing an ongoing survey with people, and I say to them, do you know when the first matches of the Women's World Cup of football is? And in almost 100% of occasions they don't know. And that's pretty significant. If I went around this room, I'd be interested to know whether councillors were aware of that, but I won't ask that question. So have a question around the Women's World Cup of football and the marketing preparation for it.
I can't answer the question directly, I'm sorry, but I can take it away and get someone from Tātaki to answer your question, Councillor.
And I am meeting with them and following through on that. I've got another question that just goes to the financials, and I see that when you look at the page, and I'm not sure what it is, and it covers the hedging going forward. You're familiar with that page, Ross? And it shows the hedging going down and consequently our exposure to increases in interest going up. It also shows the interest going up progressively over time against a background where I would have thought over time it would have been coming down with moves by the Reserve Bank. So there are two questions that go to that. One is around the forecast increase in the interest rate over a number of years, and secondly around the hedging and whether or not we'll be revisiting the hedging to put hedging in place so that we don't have such a high level of exposure going forward.
I can just answer that hedging question through you, Mr. Chair. On the hedging, what we do is we continue to add hedges when interest rates move lower. So it's something that's continuously done. If you look at the graph, there'll be, you can see we have quite a bit of hedging to about 2028, and then it comes off. So as we move through cycles, and even in the last cycle, we put quite a bit of hedging on board, and we'll continue to do that as we move through cycles. So when hedging does go, when interest rates do come down, we keep on adding to that because, as you would appreciate, we prefer being quite fixed and hedged up front. But yeah, further down the track, we are a little bit more comfortable having that level of room to add on hedges if interest rates move lower in time as we move through cycles. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Councillor. I'm going to try Councillor Fletcher again. There's a bevy of technicians babbling beside me, so there's a possibility that we can get through. Councillor Fletcher, can you hear me?
Thank you. Can you hear me this time?
Yes, we can. Delightful.
But firstly, may I acknowledge the officers? I realise that this is a difficult time, a transitionary time, and The way in which they've presented today is quite clear, except on one point for me, and that is the way that we characterise project delays as somehow contributing to our savings targets. And I might be being pedantic over this, but I think that could perhaps cause a distortion from those who are seeking to understand council's position.
So I'm not sure if that is a question or not, but
Yes, it's a question. Why do we characterise delays as contributing to savings? Because these projects presumably will take place at some future point.
so when we prepare our budgets, we make assumptions around when any particular project will be completed and therefore when the operating costs related to that project will commence. So that will be the repairs and maintenance costs, all the utilities running costs, staff costs if it's a new facility. And so if a project is delayed by 6 months, for example, those running costs won't start to be incurred until that project is finished. And so it does give us savings compared to what we budgeted for. It's only one-off, obviously, it's not an ongoing savings, but that is how it arises.
Do you think that could be confused by those not familiar with council practice? Does it genuinely represent a saving? I know what you're trying to present, but is that the best way to express it?
Happy to take that away and think about whether we can make that more clear.
Thank you very much.
Next question, please. Councillor Foley.
Councillor Foley, please.
Good, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, excellent. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Your Worship. And thank you, team, for the report as well. I've got 3 questions, but they all relate to the same thing. They relate to the compliance, certificate of compliance process. In my other hat, my other role, I'm seeing an increase in claims being brought by a home purchaser or homeowner against their developer or builder because the home has failed after a few months of purchasing. And often what I'll hear in those hearings is people will say, well, council signed it off, we've got the CCCs to show that. And then, of course, the homeowner has to prove that the house has failed, even though they've had that issue. So my question is around that process. How rigorous is that CCC process, issuing of the certificates of codes of compliance? And how confident are you that when that certificate is issued, that the house is in fact compliant? And then also, have you seen any issues or an increase in issues with parties coming back then and trying to blame council and say, hey, you issued this, but there's an issue with my home? I'm wondering, in terms of the risk to us, to our reputation, whether that's happening on your end, Worship.
Thank you. First of all, yes, I'm as confident that our process for issuing co-compliance certificates is as robust as it can be. When I say as it can be, my staff aren't watching the project all the time, and they aren't the clerk of works, and they're not the project manager. However, we have developed an inspection regime to monitor building works over many years, informed by many claims, which we believe offers us the best chance of identifying the things we need to identify to ensure that building will stand up. So we're assisted by the Building Consent Authority regulations, which require any one of my staff making a technical decision in relation to building works to have a relevant or demonstrated competency to make those decisions. And there's a lot of resource that goes into my team in terms of training, in terms of supervision, to actually ensure that people making those decisions have that level of demonstrated competency. We will make mistakes from time to time, and they do crop up. And I'm also aware of the number of claims that are coming through, because I've got visibility of that as well. And I would say that in many cases, where we've got claims that relate to new buildings, those claims tend to be in relation to workmanship issues as opposed to code compliance issues. And unfortunately, there is a challenge when the industry's under load, that there's not the level of supervision going on sites to cover off that workmanship issue. It's an issue that is something we will pick up, our building inspectors will pick up, when it actually ends up being of such significance that we believe it will impact the performance of the building and its level of code compliance. But unfortunately, we're not the clerk of works, and we're not the project manager of those particular projects. And yes, in terms of litigation, we are and remain an easy target. And whilst the current regulation of joint and several liability continues to be in place, we will continue to be in the firing line for these types of claims, unfortunately.
And through the chair, if I may just add to that, Ian talked to our inability to be everywhere at all times. One of the problems we have is that the industry is now expecting our inspectors to be their quality assurance agent, which is a real challenge for us, because it's not our responsibility to do that. It's our responsibility to ensure that the building is up to a standard and built to a code. But the quality assurance site basically abdicating their quality assurance responsibility. It is something we're working on with MB at the moment, trying to address that and determine how we can push that quality assurance responsibility back to the developer or the builder. And just in Ian's point around joint and several liability, we have had a number of court cases where it's been determined that our responsibility is negligent, but because the ratepayer has the deepest pockets and the developer has phoenixed, in other words, they've closed down, liquidated and set up under a different business name, there's no opportunity to go after them. So it's really the last person standing, and that share of liability unfortunately falls on the ratepayer because of the depth of our pockets. And again, it's something we're working on.
Point of order, sorry, can I just get clarity? You said negligible, you said negligent, I think you meant negligible. Is that correct? That our contribution was negligible, not negligent?
Sorry, I did. Thank you, Councillor. If I
Yeah,
said that, I apologise.
All right.
Thank you.
It's very negligent of you. Are you okay with that answer, Councillor Foley?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, team. That was very clear. Thank you.
And I can assure you, having received a code of compliance in the last couple of years from Mr McCormick's troops, they were very thorough. Is Councillor Darby out there?
Yes, and thank you, Mayor. Two questions, one for Craig and then one for Ian. Craig, would you update the committee on the capacity of the compliance team, to respond comprehensively to compliance requests, not just those that are sort of meet the health and safety risk test, but does your compliance team continue to be focused on responding to the weather event related work and unable to respond to the whole raft of compliant requests, including such things as, a resident might have an issue with a development breaching a building line as consented? So some outline there, and how many requests have been received as lodged and then closed, say within the last 6 months, without any real follow-up? And then I've got a question for Ian, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Councillor, through the chair. We are still under pressure in terms of our compliance team responding to the flood events, but we're not far away from getting back to BAU. We're closing out about 65% of requests for services at the moment. I'm waiting for a breakdown. I haven't got that information, but I'm waiting for a breakdown on the percentage of priority 1, 2, 3 and 4s that we're responding to, so I'll come back to you on that if I may, Councillor. But pretty much at the moment, we're certainly getting to all priority 1 and priority 2s, I believe. The 3s and 4s are still, we're tending to not have the capacity to enforce. And bear in mind, again, that's what we came to council for back in October, to get sign-off again on that priority matrix in terms of prioritisation around risk. Appreciate that may not meet everyone's needs, where someone feels that they've been, there's an issue, they have a case, and we're sort of saying, well, look, it's just not high up our level of priorities. But again, we are having to prioritise based on, as I say, on risk and capacity at the moment.
Is that position related to the fact that that work is really not cost recovered from those that may not be complying? Because you said earlier all your work is cost recovered, and it largely is. But this area, if I'm correct, the costs are not recovered.
No, that's
generally
correct. Yep, that's correct, Councillor. We cost recover in building consents, resource consents, the engineering spaces, in some areas of licensing and regulatory compliance, but certainly our compliance work tends to go unrecovered. We may potentially prosecute and recover some fees through a prosecution, but quite often that's at considerably less than what it cost us to take the case. But that's not the reason we don't do it. The reason is that we don't have the capacity to respond to every request for service. So again, we prioritise based on risk and safety, environmental and person and public safety.
So what do we say to our constituents when they say, look, council isn't checking this building line, I believe, is in breach of the consent. They won't even come out and look, because there's no health, there's no safety risk, it's just a building line breach. So what do we as the elected members say to our constituents in that area?
Yeah, Councillor, I don't have an answer for you, because as I say, every case is specific to the individual, and they'll be feeling aggrieved based on the situation as it impacts them. Our response through our formal channels is that we've looked into this case and we will take no further action, which we know doesn't help the situation in terms of your constituents coming back to you through that. But that's the situation we're in at the moment. And again, we will never have enough resource. I don't think we'd ever. We can't have it's the policeman on every corner scenario again. We can't cover every request for service. 63%, is that good enough? I think in my mind, if we're hitting the P1s and P2s, I'm reasonably comfortable understanding that doesn't help your case when you've got an angry customer or constituent on your doorstep.
Okay, I'll leave that there, and maybe we get an update on that at Regulatory Committee. Second question, if I may, and that's to Ian. Ian, just in terms of the work of the building control officers, when they go to a site, do they have an eye for just the work that's under their remit? Or if they see a development site that's spilling out onto the footpath, there's a portaloo dumped on the public berm, there's asphalt and pedestrian access ways that aren't maintained, there's building materials all over the footpath and the berm, the list goes on. Do your control officers actually have an eye for that, or do they just walk past it? Because I'm really struggling with getting eyes to check on those. We can't have a whole host of different officers going to a site. If there was a building control officer that also had an eye for other work, we'd probably knock things off more efficiently. Can you just give us a sense of who can actually do that in the way that I outlined, or is it being done?
So, Councillor, as part of our inspection process, there's a requirement for situation awareness. That situation awareness does tend to be specific to the particular site that we're visiting. So if they're looking at that particular site, they're not just looking at the matters they're there to do the inspection for, they're looking at the overall development and considering the inspection in the context of that development. If there's a development that's notably non-compliant, or it looks like there's some issues around rubbish and that type of thing, and then certainly we take note of that. Our view, and it would be no surprise to you, is that if we've got a dirty building site, we've normally got poor workmanship, and it's probably going to amount to non-compliant building work as well. So we certainly pick that up. In terms of more broadly looking at potential RMA issues and various other types of things, our team aren't trained in that. If they do pick it up from time to time, they will forward it to the appropriate parties. But very much they are focused on building-related regulations, and obviously we do look to manage their time reasonably tightly to ensure they can get through the work.
Councillor, if I may, through the chair, just something that we can update council on perhaps towards the end of the year. I have a meeting next month with my counterpart at Auckland Transport, who also run quite a big compliance team, and we're going to look at how we can, I guess, utilise our collective resources across all functions. So it's a work in progress, very early days, but I will update you on that as it occurs.
You can reduce the cones while you're at it too, of course. And your question number one, your first one there, sue the surveyor. Councillor Newman, please.
Good morning, Your Worship. Probably my question's to Andrew John. Hi, mate. And it relates to the group balance sheet. So I haven't heard anything credible in terms of so-called new alternative revenue sources to address our budget situation. But one thing that I do think is very important to ensuring that we have a credible balance sheet moving forward is fully funding depreciation. So in order to get a capital deficit ratio that's going to work. So can I understand, at what stage do you anticipate we're forecasting for us to be in a position where we're hitting that fully funded depreciation target? Because that's where we do need to get to, and it's essential for us to be properly funding our renewals through our cash operating revenue. So when do we hit that target?
Our policy is to hit that target by 2028. That was the time that was set in the last long-term plan. It had been, since amalgamation, had been programmed for 2025, and because of COVID, had in our finances for 3 years, it was delayed from 2025 to 2028. But that's the current policy, and all of our metrics are tracking towards that. In terms of our debt ratios and metrics, some of those, particularly after capital deficit, which is one of the numbers, that achieving fully funding depreciation is really helpful with those credit metrics going forward. It's also a key bit, it's a key policy parameter in terms of providing credibility. So sticking to fully funding depreciation means we've got a sustainable position. We're not borrowing for asset renewals. So yes, it's really important for our credit metrics and our credit rating to be achieving that target.
But one more, Your Worship, if I may. In my time here, I've seen bad habits form where that particular target tends to end up being negotiated, renegotiated, just to try and push it out as a means of sort of creating an easy short-term fix. I would anticipate that the officers would very strongly recommend against doing that sort of thing again, notwithstanding whatever current financial position challenges that we face, because long term at some point this council has to be on a more resilient path, and that will largely be driven based on the advice that officers present. So I would anticipate that there'll be no more slippage in that based on any advice received from officers.
Yeah, that's certainly our intention. That's sort of been our strong advice through this annual budget and previous ones, that we need to make sure our budgets are credible and prudent and sustainable. And this is a key financial policy that underpins that position. So unless circumstances change dramatically, we will continue to advise that it is prudent to continue with that policy and not deviate from it.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Simpson, please.
Thanks. This is for you, Craig or Ian. If you pay more, can you get your consent done faster?
No.
No, hold on. The second question might help there. Just you go first. No, okay. So what I was going to say is, obviously you're working to the time, and they can be complex. But if we put more staff in and we offered the opportunity to pay double, say, for it to get done earlier, because we had 2 people working on it or 3 people working, would they pay for themselves? And do you think that would be a viable thing to do?
It's something we have looked at in terms of a bespoke service to customers, and we're continuing to do that. Having said that, because we do work with those various customer segments that I talked about before, with the qualified partners being the group home builders in the main and people we can trust, we get those consents through pretty quickly anyway. The same with the premium projects, so the big capital investment projects. Again, we're working with them from woe to go on their consent, so we get that through pretty quickly. In terms of the mom and pops, for want of another term, the single consent that comes in every so often, I guess the challenge would be understanding the demand for that service and how many people would need to cover it. So I'm not answering your question clearly, Deputy Mayor, I'm sorry, but we are looking at how we can maximise our income in those spaces.
Thanks. All I was trying to do is potentially raise some more money if we could do it faster.
Yeah, we try to cover costs. We're obviously not a profit-making entity, or can't be, but we do contribute significantly to overheads, and our overhead contribution is quite significant. So there is scope for us to continue to help drive revenue where we can, and believe me, we're looking at every opportunity. If I use the example, it's not in the consenting space, well, more or less. Swimming pools recently, we've undertaken an exercise where we found about 8,000 unconsented swimming pools, so the huge big swimming pools you can buy from the likes of the warehouse nowadays, don't have the safety requirements, the fencing and so on. So 8,000 swimming pools, we've basically said, look, if we can consent half of those, if they stay as a semi-permanent entity and the correct fencing and so on goes around them, there's a significant amount of income available there. So it keeps Auckland safe, but it also helps our revenue as well.
So we should be really talking to central government about not allowing the sale of those pools without something that tells people that they need to find a consent.
Bearing in mind the comment about revenue, I'm not sure we want to do that, Councillor. That was a very facetious comment, sorry. But you're right, I mean, these are the challenges we face. These things are available. I mean, you look at e-scooters at the moment, there is a 300 watt allowance for e-scooters, for hire e-scooters. People are buying, scooters that can do 70 or 80 kilometres an hour now. You see them on the road all the time. They're not licensed. There's no safety requirements for them. They're areas where I think the market is constantly ahead of the legislation. We're always playing catch up.
It's our youth representative. Councillor Ferry, please.
Thanks. I've got a compliance question as well. It probably sits with Craig. And I'm a little bit worried about this sort of triaging of things that if there's no risk to health and safety, where we don't have capacity and it's probably not going to get looked at because of I'm sure there's a whole lot of issues that would rule them out when we probably shouldn't be rolling them out. But I'm particularly worried about what that means for trees, because we have people who are breaching their resource consents around tree stuff all the time. And obviously there's probably not a health and safety issue there if the issue is that they were allowed to cut down a tree on the basis that they did some replanting, or they're not allowed to cut down a tree and they've cut it down. So you know, and that's something that I think is a real hot topic for the community. Where does that sit in your, and I know in the past we've talked about 1, 2s, 3s and 4s, acknowledging 4s sit with other agencies, so we're not going to do 4s, but we need to rebuild that capacity so that we can do those 3s, because otherwise we're just giving people carte blanche to just break the rules. And trees is a particularly, as I said, hot topic, and one that's going to have longer term implications. You know, health and safety here and now, sure, you're not going to fall over a tree that's not there or have it fall on you. But, you know, we are ultimately lifting the temperature of our city and also reducing the capacity for soaking up stormwater. So there are some bigger health and safety issues there. How are we taking that into account? Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Look, I will clarify that we're not ignoring every P3 or P4. So when a call comes in, it goes through our contact centre and it then goes to a dispatch team within regulatory services who determine the impact of the situation and will call out staff accordingly. Trees are a very sensitive issue and it is something we take seriously. Unfortunately, with trees, quite often we arrive after the fact. They've come down, someone's complained, it's already gone. That is a challenge, which then leads us back to the prosecution question as to whether it's worth pursuing a prosecution. You will be aware of I anticipate the prosecution was successful recently, $35,000 fine, I think, from memory, where trees were cut down. So, yeah, it's trying to send the right messages to people that it's not acceptable. But, yeah, it is a challenging situation. But, look, I'll take your concerns back to the compliance team, and I think it's an ongoing conversation with Council.
Thank you. And I guess that's another one where if we had pathway between a conversation and prosecution, that would be useful. So, yeah, acknowledging that. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Lee, please.
Thank you. I think this question goes to Mr Tucker. Just coming back to group debt slide, it indicates here that net debt increased by 760 million over the 9 months to 31st of March, I take it, to support our capital investment program, which is indicated to be 1.87 billion for the 9 months. So in the annual plan document, the council indicates that the full year was 2.8 billion for 2022-23, if they're accurate. So there's somewhat of a shortfall there, but just coming down to the borrowings, let's take it at 1.87 all up as the net in terms of the capex. The 760 million comes to pay for that comes from the increase in debt, and we can assume the rest of that 1.87 billion will come from depreciation. Is that how it works?
So some of it will come from other sources, Watercare subsidies and development contributions, and then a big chunk of it will come from depreciation that's collected from rates and then it's used to fund asset renewals.
Okay. Oh, I've lost it. So that's quite an under delivery in terms of what was budgeted for. I note further down. I just lost the page. Oh, here it is. Further down, we talk about revenue and Ports of Auckland, and the dividend is predicted to be 30 million. Well, 30 million for 2022-23. So, what is it likely to be for 23-24, given our concern about that period?
In terms of the under delivery, so this is for the quarters, this is for 3 months of the year. The $2.8 billion figure is for the full year. And so some of it is timing with a bit more CapEx scheduled to happen in the last quarter. So at the moment, for the 9 months, the CapEx is at 93% of budget. So there is some under delivery. We'll see how that plays out over the following 3 months through to the end of June. In terms of ports dividends, I don't have the figures in front of me. So we're expecting 30 million for 22-23, which I think was about 10 million favourable to where things were in the budget. And there's a similar 10 million improvement, which is now factored into the annual budget numbers, as it was factored in as pre-consultation as part of that MIO proposal and the consultation budget. So there is about a 10 million improvement in the numbers that's already included in there.
Now, obviously, this talks about dividends for the current year. We can call it last year if you like. There's nothing there from the airport, as we know, but in terms of the council valuation or council value of shareholding, that evidently has gone up even higher since this report was closed off at the end of March, and the share price going from 860 here to, I think, 880 right now. Anyway, thank you.
Councillor Turner, please.
Thank you. 2 questions sparked by Deputy Mayor Simpson. The preferential treatment for consenting. So the COVID Fast Track Act, which lets it done, and has that affected your income dramatically?
I'll get Ian Smallburn to come up and perhaps help me with that question. But Councillor, those consents would normally come through our process. Obviously, they're not. Having said that, there hasn't been a huge number of them. They're big in scale in terms of costs, but the numbers haven't been huge. But Andrew, can I just let Ian speak to that?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, as Craig alludes to, those consents would normally and traditionally come through the Council's RMA process. But under the legislation, the COVID Fast Track legislation, Council cannot cost recover through that process. So we have to be quite pointed, succinct and proportionate in our responses back, recognising that we do want to respond because some of those proposals and applications have quite a significant impact on our city.
So you can't charge any of your normal fees?
Correct.
So they're free?
From a council perspective, yes, but they pay the EPA.
Thank you. Last question, just to do with these big pools, the 8,000 pools you found. They actually do comply in a structural sense, don't they? It's their application, their installation that doesn't comply.
Correct. It's around fencing in the main that is the challenge.
So when you do a dredge for 8,000, you could end up with a Google Earth or Google Maps flyover, more work than you get the money. Do you have one of your 5 AI robots or any other AI robot checking Google Maps to find these?
Yeah, that was how we identified the 8,000.
So you've got an AI robot?
No, we're using satellite systems that are already available. We're tapping into those.
And so they have a lot of trouble identifying the actual. They identify the pool, but they can't identify the methodology of application.
So we've employed some consultants. I can't remember the number off the top of my head. On a 12-month contract to go and investigate each of those pools, and we're calculating our potential revenue on 4,000 of the 8,000.
So we've done a calculation on whether we're going to make money or not.
On keeping Aucklanders safe by ensuring those pools are properly fenced, which
whether
will also...
we're going to make money on. Yep. Look, thank you. I understand. Thank you. Thank you. Understand clearly.
Councillor Watson, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And just following up on that, EPA, certainly one of the local boards I represent, have concerns that not just with respect of the any consent charges, but in terms of approvals where works are not in our LTP, does that mean then that those developers essentially avoid kind of what might otherwise be developer contributions if they're approved? So in areas like Whanuapai, for instance, where there's a whole swag of these things going through, there's not works in the LTP to cover them because it's outside the time period. What are the consequences for council costs if they are approved then and works are not in the LTP because it's zone future urban?
Thank you, Councillor. So traditionally, similar with the resource consent process, the approval for a resource consent and land use consent is different to the approval of the asset owner. So we often find ourselves in a predicament where an applicant would have resource consent, but they wouldn't be able to get the approval of the asset owner, which means that the resource consent can't be given effect to. So sometimes applicants and developers have to go through that two-step process, but will get the resource consent or the COVID fast-track consent in this instance to try and apply pressure to the asset owners in order to get their roads, pipes, etc. Built. So it's a two-step process, but they need to be integrated.
And just following up on the debt slide that was up there, what is the interest cost then for the projected interest cost to the end of this year? Then how much are we paying in interest in dollar terms? End of this the June quarter.
Through you, Chair, the forecast for the year is about 503 million. Yeah, for the year, that is based on projected debt numbers, yeah.
Okay, so 503 million in interest costs. Our rates revenue is, I don't know, roughly 2.1 or 2.2 billion, which is about 37–40% of our overall income. Just in terms of metrics with councils in respect of the relation of your interest payments to your income from rates, bearing in mind that a lot of councils, the rates are, largely their sole income. Is there any metrics that are used to determine, a relation to the rates revenue as opposed to, debt to revenue overall? That just seems to me to be very, very high, like roughly 25%.
We used to have a debt to rates revenue in our treasury policy, but that was removed because the fact that you identified that we have lots of other sources of revenue as well, and we have moved away from that, and rating agencies don't focus on that. They focus on total revenues as opposed to a specific source of revenue.
Okay. Just an additional question that goes to costs also, my final question, Mr. Mayor. During the presentation, there was a mention made of a delay with the Albany hub deferred opening or whatever, or putting people in there, whatever it may be. Is there a cost to count? Are we paying rent on that hub already in terms of having taken occupancy legally, or is there a cost to us with these delays in that we don't have people in there and the date for moving in is getting pushed out?
Through you, Chair, I'm not 100% certain, but I understand the lease has commenced, but obviously we're not paying running costs because we're not in the building.
Yeah, so we are paying our rent, which is, I think, reasonably substantial for that building.
I'm not sure the date that the lease commences. It is around about now, yeah.
Okay. What's the nature of the delay there as far as moving in goes?
I'm sorry, I can't answer that question, but I can follow up for you.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that, because there was some issues raised in respect of some of the work that was happening there, so I'm keen to know if it's related to that, and if so, why the council will be picking up any costs in those circumstances. But if I could have that detail, I'd appreciate that. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Good question. 503 million a year in interest, and 1.4 million every day in interest. 143,000 households are paying rates just to cover the interest. So that's the problem with having a lot of debt. That brings us to a close on the questions. Is anyone going to move that we receive the Auckland Council Group report? Thank you, and I'll second that so we can say all those in favour, please say aye.
Any comments?
Oh, comments. I think I had a lot of bloody comments. Anyone want to move that want to hear the comments? Not me. Okay, I'll have a comment from Mr. Councillor Walker, please.
Sure. I didn't raise it by way of a question, Mr. Mayor, but I note that environmentally, 1/3 of the hulls of boats were non-compliant, which is hugely important right now because of marine organisms that are getting out there. So that's one thing. And the other thing that many Aucklanders will have observed with these storm events is that massive quantities of silt are entering the marine environment. The particular area that both myself and John Watson take an interest in is Kurawiti, where there's a marine reserve. The amount of silt entering the environment from clean-fill landfills that aren't monitored, from building sites that aren't monitored, from various developments is huge. And I do make the observation that we do not have any performance indicator around that, and I would just make the suggestion to officers that given the significance of this to many Aucklanders and the environment, that we could and should do something there. Thank you.
Very good comment. What I'll do is later in the day we're making space for water, so we'll have a comment from the Healthy Waters team there. There is also massive amounts of plastic entering into the environment, and they are entering into the food chain, which is even more worrying. Nevertheless, can we put the motion that we receive the Auckland Council Group and Auckland Council quarterly performance reports for the 9 months ending on 31st of March 2023? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary? Well, we've managed to achieve that. I believe that the next item is the Chief Executive and Group Chief Financial Officer update. Item 8 for those of you who've lost a place.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, councillors. Given the pretty extensive conversation around the quarterly performance report, I will endeavour to keep my comments reasonably brief. However, I want to draw attention to a few things of interest for the month. Excuse me. Firstly, just want to make mention of the Auckland Emergency Management weather event of the 9th of May. The Mayor declared a precautionary state of emergency in light of the weather events as they were unfolding or forecast to unfold. On the 9th of May, it was a precautionary declaration because we were expecting much heavier rain and potential flooding, although the advice at the time was that emergency services were coping and with the level of call-outs at the time. There was a significant value in heightening the awareness of the community to the potential risk. And clearly councillors would have expected that we would have learnt a lot from the events of January and February, and I think that's true and a reflection of the way the team responded on the 9th of May. I spent the day in the Auckland Emergency Management Centre on the 9th of May, as did the Deputy Mayor and a number of other people. I think our teams responded much more effectively, deployed resources on the ground in much closer to real time, ready to stand up shelters and civil defence centres as necessary. That's of course not to say that everything went perfectly. I think while my observation is that teams collaborated much more effectively, people were really engaged, the communication was much more active, including monitoring of social media and our presence on social media. There are still improvements that need to be made, and the coordination of messaging around transport and travel is clearly an area that we need to continue to focus on. It's always going to be hard to get that right. We want people to respond to the circumstances as we're as we're dealing with them in real time. But of course, it's never easy to reschedule transport capacity at very short notice either. So getting that balance right is always going to be challenging. But having said that, I think while our performance was better, there's work there to do. The rapid building assessment process that followed the 9th of May, as of the 22nd of May, we had assessed 202 properties, no red placards, 13 yellows, 42 whites. And so that's kind of a wrap-up of the events from the 9th of May. Because we declared an emergency, it's necessary under legislation that we appoint, or that we formalise the recovery. But of course, our recovery actions from the 9th of May, to the extent that they're necessary, will be incorporated into the recovery program led by the Group Recovery Manager, Matt Tucker. I want to make a few comments in relation to the budget savings program and the organisational change that we've just announced last week. On the 5th of May, we announced a structural change proposal for consultation with staff. That consultation was open for 3 weeks. We received hundreds of pieces of feedback, 800 in fact, pieces of feedback from staff, staff networks, the union, council-controlled organisations and the IMSB. So pretty comprehensive feedback. We confirmed the decisions in relation to that consultation on the 18th of May, and that was confirmed. We communicated those with elected members as well. The net result of all that is a reduction of 160 FTE or positions. You'll note from my communication that there were a significant number of vacant roles in that reduction. That's because for some time we've been really diligent in our recruiting processes and not filling roles that have been becoming vacant, especially non-customer facing roles. And so while we've been building up a backlog of vacant roles, we don't get to take advantage of that from a P&L point of view until we confirm the changes, and that's what we've done in the last week. And so those benefits will flow through to our savings program. At a future workshop, I do want to talk about, and we will cover in more detail, further savings opportunities for the year ahead. Obviously, some of those things will be dependent on political decision-making off the back of what was consulted on for the budget. And then later in the year, I think there is the potential, having implemented those changes, to once again kind of step back from our structures and see what further opportunities there are to realise savings by constraining our capacity where discretionary effort would normally be applied. It does have an impact on people, and I appreciate your continued respect for that process and the decisions that have been made, mindful, of course, of the impact that those decisions have on our people. I can assure you we do have good supports in place for our people and are looking to maximise redeployment opportunities wherever that makes sense. In a resource-constrained environment, it's also important we carefully review our corporate work programs, that we work with local boards, committees and governing body on prioritising political work and ensuring that we deliver on our commitments to Aucklanders, and keeping those things in balance at all times while we work our way through these changes is obviously challenging. Of course, there are other drivers of work programs that are not always within our control, such as the government reform program, and so that's a set of factors that we need to take into account as well. One other comment I'd like to make in relation to the annual budget process, and that is in response to some commentary last week around our engagement of flag staff to provide independent advice in relation to Auckland Airport shareholding. Of course, over the coming weeks, it's for the governing body to consider and debate a range of levers and options to deliver a credible, balanced and deliverable FY24 budget. During a number of workshops earlier in the year, elected members have been encouraging of me and requesting, in fact, to make sure that we seek independent advice to help inform decisions during June. No decisions have been made, of course, but equally it is prudent for us to seek independent and preliminary advice to inform those options and to have advice on the implementation should it be required. That is, the implementation of a transaction should there be one off the back of any decision made by the governing body. Flagstaff were engaged following a competitive request for proposal process to appoint a financial advisor to provide council with independent advice, including advice on execution strategies, timing considerations, and potential methods of engaging brokers and investors. It's important to note that Flagstaff are specifically excluded from participating in or benefiting from any sales transaction should there be one, so that their incentive is to be absolutely independent in the provision of that advice. Finally, I just want to make mention of the accommodation provider targeted rate judgment that was received in the last couple of weeks. The Supreme Court ruled that the Auckland Council 2017 accommodation provider targeted rate was reasonable and complied with the legislation of the Local Government Act 2002. The decision is helpful to the local government sector in confirming that the funding tools available to local authorities are flexible if the necessary policy and process requirements are properly met, as they have been in our case. Council will review the decision in detail and potential implications for future funding options. The APTR previously funded 50% of Tātaki Auckland Unlimited's destination expenditure, particularly on visitor attraction and major events. Tātaki Auckland Unlimited's expenditure for visitor attraction and major events for 2023 and 24 was substantially reduced in the budget consulted on earlier this year, as funding from the APTR was no longer available. APTR cannot be reintroduced in the annual budget 23-24, which is currently being considered by the Council, without further consultation. It could be considered as a funding option in the 24 to 34 long-term plan. But it is an important decision, as I say, not just in and of itself as it relates to the APTR, but a confirmation for local government that the funding tools available to it can be applied as long as the policy and process requirements are properly met. And for that reason, it's a decision that we welcome. I want to hand over to Peter for an update on the finances.
Thank you, Jim. Likewise, as this follows on from the quarterly update, it reflects only 1 month more of information and at a higher level. As such, I won't dive too deeply given the opportunity and the briefing we've already had and the extensive questions. But results for the Auckland Council Group for the 10 months to 30 April 2023, capital investment, 2,173 million against a budget of 2.218 billion. So a delivery of 98%, and that's a tick up from what you had as at the end of the previous month. Some further delivery, the cycling program at Lambie Drive site and corridor safety program at Atkinson Avenue were completed. Northwest bus improvements program, Te Atatu South and North Main Works have had practical completion issued. My personal favourite, 5 giant fiberglass liners weighing a total of 80 tonnes were successfully lifted inside a 70-metre deep shaft at the Central Interceptor on May Road, Mount Roskill site. Yeah. Direct revenue was 2215 million against a budget of 2218. So slightly favourable, 87 million to budget, again slightly ticked up from the previous months. There were several overs and unders, but we've talked to those already and they follow the trend of the previous 3 quarters. Direct operating expenditure, 2.846 billion against a budget of 2.827. So this is unfavourable to budget. And while there have been beneficial outcomes from employee benefits, there have been a number of outsourced works and service costs, mainly due to the weather events, and that adverse 53 million or thereabouts has been what's driven that unfavourable result in expenditure. Net debt was quite a topic in the quarterly. A similar trend here. Net debt increased during the month. And the main reason for the variance is the book value of debt at 30 April 2023 has increased due to unrealised foreign exchange rate losses. And this is the movement in the euro and Swiss francs against the New Zealand dollar. Now, importantly, these are all hedged, and even more importantly, these have all reversed as of today anyway. However, we have to report those figures based on the exchange rate at the time. Furthermore, we were under budget for some capital funding revenues, in particular DCs, capital subsidies and asset sales, with working capital movements explaining the rest of the movements. So it's not a concern for me with that movement in net debt. We do have a next rates payment in May as well. So for Auckland Council, the results for Auckland Council for the 10 months, so one more month, capital expenditure 402 million against a budget of 425, that's a 95% delivery. Direct revenue is 14 million above budget, and direct operating expenditure is 34 million below budget. The key economic market activity and updates have not changed since the last monthly update, so I'll leave them for now, other than to note that we do have an official cash rate announcement tomorrow, and as always, and particularly in these interesting times, it will be one worth watching. I believe our chief economist might have some comments on what some of the banks have seen in that space shortly after me. Council budget update. So just to reiterate what was an update of earlier this month on May the 10th, I provided an update on the budget position for next year, showing that responding to Auckland's recent weather events along with rising inflation costs has heightened the challenge in balancing the Council's budget for the coming financial year. And while Council has taken significant actions to reduce costs and streamline the way it operates, that operating gap has widened to 325 million from the previously announced 295 million. And on top of this, storm-related costs of 50 million, some of which are short-term. And to state the obvious, balancing the budget is going to require trade-offs across operating expenditure reductions, ownership options for the airport shares, considering higher general rates increases, as well as prudent use of debt. And different trade-offs have different consequences, and this now needs to be considered as part of the process to set the budget. This process includes workshops very shortly on the Storm Response Fund and those final trade-off options. Final budget decisions to be made on the 8th of June, a date to look forward to, and then prior to adoption of the final annual budget on 29 June, so that it's in place by the next rating year, 1 July. I'd like to finish my update with some mention of our climate risk reporting and our investment in the climate space. So we do have some statutory climate risk reporting. In October 2021, several acts were amended to introduce statutory climate reporting for certain entities and set enforcement and auditing requirements for this reporting as well. This captures us as an issuer of debt on the New Zealand Stock Exchange. We are a climate reporting entity. And as the parent entity in a group, we must report a consolidated group level for this. This reporting is mandatory from 30 June 2024, and while this might seem a while away, it means that we also have to be prepared in prior years before it. The aim of the standards is to provide investors with financial and non-financial information that enables them to understand the climate change risks and opportunities faced by the organisations, which in turn will support the allocation of capital towards activities that are consistent with a transition to a low emissions climate resilience future. The catch in that phrase is investors, so we will have to have a high level of proof. As you all know, due to investor demand, the Council has been preparing a climate statement for several years, and that is volume 4 of the annual reports, and I'd encourage anyone to have a look at that as well. What are the implications for the governing body of this? One of the key areas that we have to report on is how governors ensure that climate risks and opportunities are identified, assessed and managed across the organisation. The expected role was articulated throughout the climate standards, and we will have to ensure that governors are aware of this and we step up to the mark on supporting you and meeting those aspects. We have been reporting to Audit and Risk on these mandatory requirements, and we plan to engage with the governing body through one or more workshops to work through these aspects. The LTP will need to address our climate-related risks as that fits into these timeframes and reflect how our business model and strategy is changing to ensure we remain resilient to our climate risks. This is obviously a very broad remit, but is something we need to build into our LTP preparation process. And reflecting on where we stand with respect to investment in the climate space. Auckland Council became a signatory to the C40 Divest Invest Declaration in August 21 and is committed to increase its investments in climate solutions and divest from fossil fuels. In April, Auckland Council participated in a 2-day workshop with other C40 cities. This was on investing in a sustainable and net zero future. Throughout the 2-day workshop, each city presented on their progress against different actions of the declaration. So our own presentation was centred around our sustainable finance program, which includes our green bond program and sustainability-linked loans, climate disclosures, and how we're investing in a sustainable future. The presentation also included Auckland Council's long-term plan process and how sustainable finance levers can be used to deliver net zero investments. The team's takeaways from the workshop: our sustainable finance program is world leading, and no other city within the C40 Divest Invest Forum has a sustainable finance program in place. Other cities noted the importance of continuing to issue sustainability-linked products to build awareness and show leadership more broadly. Our long-term planning process is unique in comparison to other councils in the C40, and our 10-year budget 24-34 intersects with the group's target of reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 50% by 2030. All of the cities within the forum are trying to achieve the same outcomes under very different circumstances, and despite our challenges in comparison to other cities such as Pittsburgh and New Orleans, who face significant socio-economic challenges and pressures from the US central government and industry, Auckland is relatively well placed. So I thought I would take the pointer from last month and try and end on a positive note, and I hope I've done that with that reflection on some of the C40 workshop. I'll now hand over to our Group Chief Economist, Gary Blick, for his update.
Thank you, Peter. Good morning, Your Worship and councillors, and through you, Your Worship, I'd like to offer a brief update on the evolving economic context over the last month or so. Firstly, there are risks of additional demand pressures continuing to stoke inflation, primarily from strong net international migration and also from the government budget 2023, which adopted a more expansionary fiscal stance for the year ahead. On net international migration, monthly estimates from Stats NZ have turned strongly positive, with higher inflows since border restrictions were eased in August last year, and those inflows have been particularly strong in recent months of February and March. Stats NZ's estimates are provisional and subject to revision, but in the 8 months since August 2022, when the restrictions were removed, the country's had a net gain of approximately 65,000 people. Now, historically, Auckland's tended to attract around half of the net gain in migration, and we'll have those regional level figures due later this year. While the migration gains are positive for labour supply, they also add to demand and spending on demand for and spending on goods and services, including housing. And those demand impacts tend to dominate the supply impacts in the near term. On budget 2023, the fiscal stance for the year ahead has shifted to being expansionary, and that is it is expected to add to demand and inflationary pressures. Providing a bit more detail underneath that, the operating allowance, which is the term used to describe new spending, was increased by 300 million to 4.8 billion for the year ahead to June 2024. The capital allowance has been increased by 1.8 billion to 10.1 billion. And this spend is expected to be weighted very much to the near term, in part to address the damage to infrastructure caused by recent severe weather events. Alongside, the Treasury in its economic update accompanying the budget has stated that it expects damage from the recent weather events to lead to temporarily higher inflation for the rest of this year. And that's from the reduced availability of some goods, particularly with the damage in the agricultural industry, as well as demand on capital and labour for repairs and remediation of damaged assets. As Peter mentioned, tomorrow the Reserve Bank will make an official cash rate decision. The OCR is currently at 5.25%, and you will recall that's up from a low of 0.25% for much of 2020 and 2021. Now, that higher OCR has been increasing the cost of finance, and with the intent of dampening inflation through the channel of dampening household spending and business investment activity. Now, the OCR track that was implied by the Reserve Bank in its February monetary policy statement was for a peak of around 5.5 in the middle of this year. But taken together, the inflation outlook and the emerging pressures that I outlined earlier, there's a good chance that there'll be a rise tomorrow, not of 25 basis points, but 50 basis points, moving from 5.25 to 5.75. Now, market commentators and economists are pretty evenly split on that. But nevertheless, it's expected that the Reserve Bank will send a strong message about the OCR needing to remain high. Now, this compares from a month or so ago when expectations were split between a peak of 5.25 and 5.5. And this change just really underlines that we're in a time of high uncertainty and that the outlook can change quickly. Thank you.
Here endeth the presentation. Councillor Dalton, please.
Thank you for your updates, Peter, Gary and Jim. Maybe you first, Peter, just a couple of quick questions. The $53 million storm-related costs, were they a mix of CapEx and OpEx?
That was just in the operating space, those ones, yeah.
So we're ahead in OpEx, even with those, what we could call a $53 million one-off in OpEx for the storm-related costs?
The majority of that 53 is related to storm, not entirely, but I think that's a fair characterisation.
It's good to see some revenue bouncing back, even though we're still in uncertain times. That's better than the last few years have been. So our gap is now 325 million. Operating across the group is the total operating costs for the group are 4 billion. For the next financial?
Probably the best way to look at that is to look in the Expenditure Control Committee tool that we've pulled together that looks at the overall OpEx for the group. I would characterise it more as 5. However, once you take out the depreciation, the finance, etc., there's quite a difference between our total operating budget and the degrees of freedom we have within it to solve for the 325.
Yeah, so the degrees of freedom are the challenge, aren't they? But not 1%. It's not 1% of our total OpEx that we're trying to find.
It is not, but it is a significantly higher percentage of the OpEx that we can meaningfully address outside of, and that's why we have consulted within the annual budget on the factors that we have, because those are the areas in which there is the discretion.
Thank you, Peter. Just on the climate risk reporting, that's been really interesting. So we're a couple of years down the track, we've had an awareness of it. So what you're saying to us is that we need to prepare, and everything that we're doing now, including the LTP, to be able to meet the outcomes of the climate reporting. Auckland Transport will need to do the same thing. So the budgets, as we set them, are going to need to be prepared to deliver on our commitments to emission reduction. So perhaps a bit more of a shift in risk reporting through audit and risk, where we're perhaps moving away from existing policy. Do you see us at risk, or is this really going to be down to the decisions of this council and the long-term plan that we begin discussing in July to ensure that we're going to meet our responsibilities. And just to tap onto that, this is more than just green bonds. This is the whole budget.
Well, that is the $64 million question with respect to TCFD or Task Force on Climate related financial disclosures. It is a huge task. It is in hand, but will require governing body to lean into it, along with audit and risk, so that the risks are understood and managed and the governance layer is appropriately set over the top. It is one of the key factors that I think will challenge us over the time frame from now to 1 July 24 to embed it within all of our entities.
Thank you. It's going to be quite a shift for a lot of councillors. And Jim, just a couple of questions for you. Of our staff that, or the positions, because it's not staff that are gone, because the positions were left open a lot of the time, what sort of salary band were those positions that have now been vacated in the most part? And I don't know what the bands are, so maybe you could tell me if they were closer to the lowest earners.
Yeah, well, you'll be unsurprised by this answer. It's a mix, but since about November, we've been, in our recruiting processes, have been replacing frontline roles, but not replacing automatically supervisory or management layer roles. And so we've been accumulating vacancies that are more like team leaders, managers, and more senior roles. I can't give you a breakdown right here of the vacancies by level, but because of the recruiting practices, my view is they're more likely to be kind of towards the more senior and supervisory level roles.
Have we been, are these salaries the $200,000 and $300,000 salaries?
There are a couple of general manager positions that are impacted, some senior manager positions that are impacted. Of course, there are fewer positions at that level, they're less likely to be in the 200 plus range.
Do you know off the top of your head the percentage of Maori and Pacifica are affected by these positions?
I don't have that off the top of my head, no.
And the last question is, as we move into the next round of cuts, if the budget goes through as proposed, is it more than likely that the people that will be losing jobs or positions gone will be on the lower salary bands and a high proportion of Maori Pacifica, just given the nature of the proposed cuts?
The areas of staff impact that would be a function of the things that we're consulted on are more likely to be frontline roles, yep.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you for that question. Councillor Henderson, please.
Thank you. Question for Jim and then a question around the finances. So firstly for yourself, Jim, thanks. I'm aware that it's been a really difficult year for staff. They've had storm work to do quite often outside of their normal roles, and now we're looking at budget uncertainties, disestablishment, all those kinds of things. I'd like to know what initiatives you have spearheaded to make our work environments as positive and supportive as possible.
Thanks, Councillor. Look, I didn't come equipped today with a range of initiatives to talk about, but it's fair to say that we work pretty hard on engagement, on having meaningful and kind of helpful, proper conversations through our management chains, through team leaders, with people right across the organisation, and as often as possible or as practical. We have sessions where all staff are invited to, one of normally 6 or 8 different sessions that we run, so that I can directly have a conversation with teams about what we're doing and why we're doing it, and give people the opportunity to ask me and the executive team any questions that they like. And those sessions, as I say, we run them every few months. I think we've got another set of them coming up in late June or early July. you know, people are normally pretty unafraid of kind of sharing their concerns with us, and we are as open and transparent as possible about what's driving the need for change. The most important thing that we can do in support of our people is remove uncertainty. And so, you know, to the extent that we can do that, we always try and do it, but of course we're operating in difficult and uncertain times. And so people appreciate transparency, and in those conversations we try and encourage a level of transparency in the drivers of what it is we're doing and why.
Thank you. Moving on, thanks, Jim. Around the finances, so just kind of a general question. We've already had some further budget challenges through the annual plan process with more of a hole loaded on. To what extent would you advise that we should try and price in continued OCR increases in our budget discussion? You know, I know that does require a crystal ball, but any thoughts on that would be really useful for us, I think. One or either of you, yeah.
That is a great question, and through you, Your Worship. Gary has reflected the view that it's an even bet as to whether the terminal rate for the OCR is going to increase now, and you have seen a couple of banks come out with a statement that they see the OCR as needing to go higher. And perhaps staying higher for longer. You've also seen S&P Global comment on the nature of the latest budget and consider that there's less headroom now to maintain the sovereign rating of the government with the current position. Now, if that shifts, it would also impact on us. My pick is that there is upside risk to what we currently have in the budget based on what has happened since the last month I spoke to you.
Okay, Councillor Newman, thank you.
My question to the economist, it is a degree of crystal ball gazing, but noting what you referred to in your preamble is the continued inflationary environment and the increased demand coming, as well as the fact that there seems to be a lot of inflationary pressure coming through expenditure, leaving the Reserve Bank Governor to have to recalibrate what could be the expectations as to the OCR forecast. Are we seeing a scenario where potentially the OCR is going up 50 basis points and potentially even higher still, and then remaining at that higher rate for potentially quite significantly longer in order to try and get on top of the inflationary pressure that you refer to?
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. Yes, that is the scenario, that the terminal rate will end up being higher than the previously signalled 5.5. There's indications that 5.75 is on the cards, and we'll know for sure tomorrow. But in terms of the duration, that's also part of it, that it's expected that the Reserve Bank will signal that the OCR will have to stay high for longer than otherwise to counter these additional inflationary pressures. So that is very much a plausible scenario.
Is a scenario around high for longer, does the first number a 5 or is the first number a 6?
Well, getting into crystal ball gazing, and we'll get a strong indication tomorrow afternoon about what that revised track looks like. But I haven't heard anyone talking about 6s at this point.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Watson, please.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of questions for Jim on Flagstaff, the comments you made there at the start. I'm assuming this Flagstaff, this is the same corporate advisory firm that are advising or were advising us on options for the ports of Auckland too? Is it that the same company?
That's correct.
Okay. Are they still advising us on the ports of Auckland, or has that consultancy finished now?
Looking to Peter, is it finished? No, they are still providing some advice. I think we're towards the tail end of it, to be fair, but
All right, I thought that was finishing February, so they're still on that retainer that they got for the ports. Just in respect of the council's kind of sort of advisory risk profile, if I can term it that way, do you think it's advisable to have, you know, our two main assets, you know, the ports and the airport shares in terms of value, receiving advice just from the one company? Like, would it have been better to look for some diversity in advice there, given that's, you know, two biggest assets that Auckland has?
I think you could think about that in two different ways. I mean, there are some advantages actually in the fact that they understand the totality of the balance sheet landscape of council and some of the different drivers that might surround how we think about one asset versus the other. You know, quite helpful to have one organisation who understands both. I understand the point you're making though, councillor, and that could be a consideration.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. And just in respect of the airport advice, is that a similar sort of arrangement to the ports in terms of a monthly retainer, or is that getting billed as we go along?
Yes, it is a monthly retainer.
Okay. In respect of the brief that was given to them, and I'm just looking at their website here, and although it's pretty clear they specialise in, you know, divestments, asset sales, privatisation, that they do have a section there without too much detail to do with capital structure and dividend policy. As part of the brief, has there been any request to advice from them more from an investment perspective as opposed to a divestment? I'm assuming they were given a brief.
Yes, they were given a brief. I don't have that brief on me, but can I just explore that question a bit further, please? Is the question whether we are looking to see whether we can increase the dividend from Auckland Airport?
In some of our earlier workshops, we were told in passing that we had looked at, you know, advice, I think was the term used, from various brokers as to, you know, whether to buy, sell or hold. So I'm really curious to know, in respect of Flagstaff, if any advice at any time, given that they're on a retainer, has, you know, explored the notion of, well, what might be there to be a gain from an investment perspective as opposed to selling the shares.
It looks like I'm answering this one. Not in any extent, and I'll explain that around the information that's been provided around the broker estimates. Those are the estimates from the brokers as they provide assessments to their clients. Those clients may be different from Auckland Council in terms of how they wish to value those shares, i.e. whether they want to hold or not, and whether dividends are the sole reason for holding. So Flagstaff have assisted in pulling that information together, but we're not hiring them as a broker to make an assessment on it themselves.
Just in passing, have we sought any advice from anyone then, from that perspective that I raised in terms of the investment perspective? Is there any advice been sought from anyone on that, or just what we've been told today?
The range of broker estimates provides the assessment of the investment opportunity as seen by a broker for their clients. The information provided in the consultation document provides the opportunity cost and return to council of those particular investments, that financial investment.
Okay, so I'm assuming that there's no problem. Councillor's been given a copy of the brief then, so we can get a little bit more detail into what Flagstaff have actually been asked to do. That'll be okay, Jim?
Yeah, we're happy to provide whatever would be helpful, councillor. Just to be clear, you know, the essence of our request of Flagstaff was to give us support or considerations as to what methods might we consider for a transaction should one be approved or required by council. It's so pretty limited in terms of the scope of what we ask them to consider, but yeah.
I think, as I recall, the brokers, there was 5 sell, 3 hold, and one of the ones that went hold went broke, so there you go. That was Credit Suisse. Councillor Leone.
Kia ora. I just want to start off with a question to Jim. I just want to feedback that it's great to see that the Director of Ngā Matarai has remained in place, that role, and the review. But I also just wanted to ask the question in terms of our, being a partner and, regarding Te Tiriti o Waitangi, why was the one role, the one Māori director role looked at? And do we have reassurance going forward that that would not be looked at again in the near future?
The logic for including it in the proposal was, notwithstanding there was a view that some people thought it was only about cost. The logic from a business point of view was basically a recognition that there was some synergy between our Ngā Matarai capability and the important considerations council are making over the near term from a governance point of view around Māori representation, Māori seats, etc. And so from an overall governance point of view, there was, as I say, there was some logic to suggest that by bringing those two teams together under the one directorate, even though Ngā Matarai would be a separate function, there would be an opportunity for that advice to be kind of better integrated from a governance point of view. That said, I've listened to and responded to the feedback, and we've decided not to go ahead with what was proposed. We'll retain the Ngā Matarai function as a direct report to me as the Chief Executive, and that's what we confirmed in our decision on the end of last week. As to undertakings for the future, of course, those things will be for the consideration of a future Chief Executive. And so, I can't give any undertaking beyond my term, of course. And that's probably all I could really say about it.
Thank you. And just for the other roles, I just wanted to check in that we've maintaining a good relationship with the unions for those other roles as well that we've lost.
Yes, we do have a good relationship with the unions. They provided substantial feedback. Of course, not everybody will agree with everything that we propose, but we've explained our logic and there's been an acceptance of the decisions that we've made.
Thank you. And just a final one to finance around central government's budget release and recovery and resilience. I know that there's been a lot of kōrero around the amount of money that's been set aside for local government. Do we have any indication that you're aware of that we would be able to put that into this budget?
Not at this time, no. We'll continue to chase that avenue, though.
Okay with it? Yeah. All right, Councillor Ferry, please.
Thank you. I've got two questions. One is a follow-up to Councillor Dalton's excellent questions around the job losses. So talking about the past cuts and the future cuts, I think it would be, obviously the future cuts depend on what's passed at the budget. But I think it would be helpful for our decision making to have some demographic breakdowns of that and the salary band information. that Councillor Dalton requested as well, so I'm requesting if we could have that provided. I think it will help with our decision making for the budget. And I would also add in there, I'd be curious to know about the impact on women and also part-time roles. And if we could have that information alongside some analysis around our obligations. Yeah, we do have certain obligations in terms of being, for example, a rainbow tick employer and things like that. Joining the age-friendly city, there's a whole lot of things that we've signed up to as an employer in that space. So if we could have some analysis provided around that for our decision making. I know it gets tricky in terms of identifying individual people sometimes, but some level of analysis would be helpful. I'm particularly thinking about the library cuts. Yeah, because those are frontline roles, and I think a lot of our community aren't expecting frontline cuts, they're expecting back office cuts, which personally I think is a false dichotomy anyway. Then I have another question which is more in the finance space.
So can I take that question away, Councillor? Other than just a flag, as I think you've alluded to, that it's difficult to predetermine which positions might be impacted until the decision is made, and we've gone through a process of evaluating how to implement that decision, and therefore determined as an outcome of the process, you know, it gets a bit circular in that respect, but let me take the question away and see what we can provide.
Sure. I think in the area with the proposed cuts, perhaps what would be useful would be to have some analysis of what the breakdown of the current sort of employment demographics are for the areas that are most likely to be cut. So that's probably more what we're looking at in that space. The other question I have in the finance area is obviously, you know, the central government budget was only announced last week. So when do we think we might have some updated finance information, particularly in regard to the AT side, about the implications of some of those central budget announcements? Again, be very important for our annual budget decision making. Thank you.
We are working through that, as you indicated. We've only recently been advised of that information, and there could be some changes to Auckland Transport, for instance, and some of their funding. And we are working through that, and we'll pull that together as part of our budget workshops.
So, sorry, timeframe?
I don't have a time frame because I'm not sure how far along we are in that work at this point in time. Okay. But it will form part of the budget workshops.
Okay, noting that the big budget vote is the 8th of June.
Mm-hmm.
So
yes,
we're likely
absolutely.
to have information before that.
We will have to have information before that.
Right, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lee, please.
Just a small point. I notice a difference between the CapEx progress so far this year. I think between the year ending April, or the period ending April, and the period ending March, quite a significant difference in CapEx. But I also noticed that in terms of PT patronage, in terms of PT income, there's a comment there that PT patronage continues to outperform budget at 81% of pre-COVID-19 levels. It's not 81% of pre-COVID-19 levels. It's about 64% of pre-COVID-19 levels if you take the period year ending December 2019. So there's quite a variance. It's a small point in the scheme of things when it comes to the finances, but in terms of detail, it's quite important about our PT performance, which is a major OPEX and CapEx expenditure for us.
Thank you for that observation. Through you, Chair, I'll make sure that in future we characterise the comparator information for PT.
Okay. Now, is anyone prepared to move that we FIFI the information provided in this report? Councillor Leone, and seconded by me in the absence of interest. Any further comments? Otherwise, I'm going to move that we receive that report. Thank you very much. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. The contrary, received. Okay, we've got, so us 12, I'm going to take a risk and see if we can tackle the independent Maori statutory board funding agreement before we go to lunch. Could I bring those responsible for this to the fore? Okay, off you go.
Tēnā koutou. Thank you, Mayor. This report seeks governing body approval for a proposed funding agreement with the Independent Maori Statutory Board for the 2023 financial year. Auckland Council is required to fund the reasonable costs of the Independent Maori Statutory Board's operations and to make an annual funding agreement for these costs. The proposal this year is very similar, with a small reduction in total value compared to previous years at about just over $3 million. This funding agreement covers the operational funding for board member remuneration, secretariat staff remuneration, seeking external advice to the board, their communications and other expenses, including audit. For the coming financial year, the major changes are a reduction in their budget for seeking external advice, which reflects increased capability within the Secretariat, and an increase in communication costs, which reflects some outsourcing of that work, which was previously delivered internally. So the recommendation is for the governing body to approve the funding agreement for the coming year, and to approve a delegation to the Chief Executive to approve of variation of up to $50,000. This variation provides some flexibility should it be necessary, and mean that if there's a small variance that doesn't need to come back before this body for further decision making. I'll leave it there and ask for any questions.
Councillor Turner.
Yeah, it all seemed very reasonable, but I just wondered, do we pay for their offices? That's a rental space, is it?
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, we do. That is funded through as a direct payment that council makes to the property landlord.
Oh, so that's separate to this?
It's separate to this.
I'll come offline and talk to people. Okay, thank you.
Very good question. I didn't spot that. So that's paid separately outside this, because that's the palace that they're in, which is, in comparison, what further pressure, because we're trying to consolidate people back in here, aren't we? Yeah. Oh, we have a bit more say on that. I thought they'd made the decision themselves to do that. Okay, there's a bit of work for you. Tumu Whakare. Councillor Walker.
In the report, it mentions a review of the remuneration. I've since received that, but I do note that the review of the remuneration doesn't make any mention of attendance at meetings or the like. It does set the rate at 70% of a councillor's base rate. So has there been any assessment of the board in that respect, or is that not our role?
No, it's not our role. The independent assessment of remuneration expressly doesn't look into the performance of board members. It just looks at what the remuneration should be. And we're obliged by legislation to get an independent assessment of what that remuneration should be. We're also obliged by legislation to follow that advice.
The question I've got is, it mentions in the figures, amongst other things, I noted the communications went up by about 80,000, but you've got an explanation for that, James, because I've already asked you that offline, but you might as well give it now.
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, so that is, the increase in remuneration reflects outsourcing of that communication work, which was previously delivered internally.
Thank you. Councillor Watson, please.
Just a very a quick question in respect of board remuneration and expenses. In the past, the IMSB have had 9 members, as far as I can see, going back to start of the super study. There only seems to be 6 now. Is there a reason for that? And if so, is the remuneration affected by a decline in numbers?
I see Phil Wilson making his way to the table, so I might defer to my elders.
Well, while he's making his way there, it's all of our other funding agreements with CCOs and everything is a gross thing, and they decide to pay their rent. So why aren't we doing the same thing here? The AT pay their rent, and we're at pains at the moment. We're putting pressure on them to get out of where they are and come into here, something cheaper. And so I'm blowed if I can see where the treaty says we have to have palaces for some section. So I'm asking you to have a look into that, please. The arrival of...
Thanks, Your Worship. So the numbers on the Independent Maori Statutory Board are a function of the statute. The difference between the 6 and the 9 is that there are some unresolved disputes within 2 iwi groupings as to their representation. That matters with the Minister currently for resolution. We will be advised in due course that those positions have been filled once the Minister's resolved the arguments around it.
Okay, so I guess the simple question that follows from that is then, is this a backdated pay settlement here a la PPTA, or is that a saving to council and salaries?
That'll be a saving to council in that there won't be those positions filled until that time.
Saving to council or saving to the IMSB?
To council, I mean, to the funds that the IMSB draws down, yes, but ultimately any underspend in the IMSBs flows through to council. And I might add, just for councillors' information, the IMSB, in my estimation, has taken a pretty disciplined approach to its expenditure and has consistently come in under budget year on year. I can't recall a situation where that wasn't true. So I expect it to be the case this year also.
Well, that's very good news. Move over Gudsell, the IMSB are coming. No, that was a joke actually. Just in case. We've got some young people at the back, they might not have taken it seriously. Do I have someone to move the recommendation? I do. I have Councillor Newman, to be seconded by Councillor Leone, I imagine. And thank you very much for that. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, carried. And lunch break will take place now for half an hour, or review. We'll be back here at 1:05. Thank you very much for your attendance so far. Righto, thank you for everybody. Everybody back? Have we got a quorum? Hey, yes, we are quorate. We are now dealing with item 10, budget update report. This will be exciting. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Pramod Nair, the manager of the Group Financial Planning team, and next to me I have Jamie Sinclair, Chief Corporate Services Officer from Watercare. I'll provide a brief overview on this item and then hand over to Jamie to provide a bit more detail before handing over to you for questions. The purpose for this report is for the governing body to consider Watercare's request for additional capital spend in this financial year. The annual budget for the current year approved a capital program of $715 million. Currently, Watercare are forecasting to spend around $812 million by 30th of June 2023, around a $97 million increase on the approved budget. Included in this spend is around $36 million of shovel-ready projects, which are funded directly by central government. In terms of funding the remainder of the increase, Watercare are expecting some additional revenue above what was budgeted in the annual plan. A balance of up to $50 million of additional debt could be required in the current financial year, and that would impact the group debt position. However, this additional debt has been considered by the Treasury team, and their advice can be accommodated within. In terms of the consequential OPEX cost, including additional interest costs for next year, these will be covered by Watercare's revenues, and it also doesn't add to the operating gap that the council is looking at mitigating for the next annual plan year. In terms of not approving this request, if Watercare do not get this approval, they would need to slow down delivery of their current program, which could impact the costs related to delivering those projects when they do get up and running and started again. In terms of how Watercare are tracking with delivery, as at the end of April 2023, Watercare's provisional results show actual spend to date of $620 million against a budget of $600 million. And most of this year, they have been tracking around that 100% delivery rate, and now starting to get over that as momentum is picking up in terms of delivery of their program. So I'll hand over to Jamie now to provide any further detail before taking questions.
I'll just have a short question first. Watercare pays its interest on its own.
Correct.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay, just in case you thought it's putting our interest bill up, it's theirs. Okay, thank you.
So the operating costs and capital costs for Watercare are covered by their revenues, which include the water and wastewater charges as well as the IGC charges and any other revenue that they generate.
Kia ora. Thanks, Pramod. Kia ora, Your Worship, councillors, kia ora koutou. So, as mentioned, I'm Jamie Sinclair, the Chief Corporate Services Officer for Watercare. I'm happy just to elaborate a bit further on the paper and the request for Watercare for the councillors to consider approving an increased CapEx spend for the year and consequential short-term headroom for the rest of this financial year. I guess just starting off thinking about the baseline principle from a Watercare perspective is that we really want to ensure that we continue to deliver our AMP and the programs and projects that are important to Auckland and to Aucklanders and the resilience of our water and wastewater network and system. Some of the projects we've talked about today as well, most notably I suppose the Central Interceptor. And if you get a chance, I'd encourage you to have a look on our social media sites where we've put a bit of a snapshot on the latest progress and sort of highlights from the Central Interceptor program. Another milestone coming up this week as we head towards Keithay Park and 6 kilometres of tunnelling for the main tunnel boring machine. In terms of the FY23 financial year and the AMP and the annual budget, we were expecting to spend, or had in our plan there to spend $715 million. What we found is through a combination of factors, including our own detailed assessment of our asset management plan, the phasing, the costing, and the scoping, as well as the opportunity to take direct funding from the government on the shovel-ready projects, some impacts ongoing in relation to the drought, and actually some new impacts relating to the flood, which I'll talk about in a moment, as well as an increased emphasis on strategy and planning. We now expect to spend in the order of up to $812 million for the financial year. As mentioned in the CapEx prioritisation workshop on the 10th of May, we have spent a lot of time working on understanding our program and projects included in the AMP and rebaselining those effectively to give us much greater confidence of our asset plan and the deliverability, if you like, of our plan over the coming years. And that's really important, particularly, as you would have heard in that session, our step up in CapEx over the next couple of years really moves towards $1 billion next year, and it stays at that level for some years thereafter. That means we need to be prepared, we need to be planning, and we need to be doing the work up front to get those in the best possible position to deliver. In terms of, from that assessment, in terms of the flood response, this year there will be only a marginal or minimal CapEx impact. However, looking forward to next year, we are estimating that up to $80 million of CapEx will be required. To date, we've got about 188 issues, whether they be assets or land assets to address, whether through remediation, repair or replacement. So we are working very hard to confirm all of that work over the coming year, and that's obviously $80 million before any insurance. Whilst the 812 million projected is higher than the LTP or the annual plan, we do believe this is the right trajectory for where Watercare is heading and building into our program for the years ahead. We don't want to have to defer projects or slow projects down. We've carefully considered our project base to see where we can do that, and we feel that any further deferral will impact our delivery and also impact the outcomes that Aucklanders expect of us. Now I'll turn to funding. We were expecting for this year that funding for this additional CapEx would be covered by additional revenues. We were expecting additional IGCs, infrastructure growth charges and water and wastewater revenue, even higher than the annual plan position that council has. That hasn't eventuated. The infrastructure growth charges particularly, there's been a slowing down of that sector, and the connections have been lower than forecast. They have been picking up, interestingly, in the last couple of months, but we still think we'll be under budget for the year. And in terms of volumetric charges, whilst slightly higher than the council annual plan, we were forecasting higher revenues, but the wet weather has dampened demand somewhat. As part of this, as a result, we do need additional debt headroom for the remainder of the financial year, up to $50 million. Obviously, that number will fluctuate as we pay down debt when we receive cash and have the ongoing arrangement with Council Treasury. I'll just reiterate again that this does not impact Council's budget position. Kia ora, I think perhaps I'll pause there and just happy to take any pātai or questions on the paper.
Councillor Turner, please.
Yeah, thank you. Some of these questions, I'm sorry, you've given me briefings as the lead, and because I'm so used to so many noughts behind every figure now, I had 500 million in my head, not 50, I'm sorry. So that made me do a lot of thinking. It'll
be a different conversation, Councillor.
Yeah, okay. So, so I think maybe the importance of my questions isn't very much. I think I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
I think it's just to emphasise two things about this. They cover their interest costs, and this doesn't impact the size of the hole we're filling this year.
That's correct.
Okay, there's two things. You've absolutely got, everyone got that in their mind? Righto. And should the government swipe Watercare office, we'll get it back anyhow. Is that right?
Correct. Or in terms of where the debt moves to, if the debt would move with Watercare.
Yeah, okay. So it's relatively low risk for us. Okay. Any further questions? You got a further question there, Councillor Turner, right?
Yeah. Just, there's no clarity though on what is actually moving with Watercare or what isn't, is from my view. We don't know if they're taking all the debt or half the debt, if they're going to pay it off immediately or over time, correct?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that there's still much more clarity that we'd all like, I think, on those points. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't matter so much with 50 million, Mr. Chair.
I'm pretty sure I can do a deal that gets rid of a bit more debt. Councillor Lee?
Yes, thank you. That the additional debt funding can be accommodated by Auckland Council and does not materially impact Auckland Council's overall debt position or treasury risk. Is that because in the past Watercare was in effect self-contained, its borrowing was underwritten by its own water and wastewater income, and the situation is somewhat different, but in terms of attributing the debt, it will still be in effect contained within Watercare, as it were.
Yes, that's correct, Councillor.
Thank you.
It doesn't have a huge impact on us directly. Councillor Dalton?
No, I'm okay, thank you.
Do I have a mover for this, please? Okay, this is the Turner Walker show. Yeah. Dare I move it? Or I'm going to propose, move that, put the motion rather. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
The contrary, carried. Well done. Now the next item is making space for water, which I'd welcome the team from Healthy Waters to the table. I hope we don't lose you guys in Three Waters, because in fact you know what you're doing and they don't know what they're going to take. And Matt's joining us here as well from the recovery team. I'll hand it over to you, Craig McElroy and Nick Vigor.
So Matt's just going to do a brief introduction first, Your Worship. Kia ora.
Good afternoon, Mr Mayor, councillors. Just wanted to set some context before giving the presentation and conversation over to Craig and Nick. I think it's really important to understand the Making Space for Water programme in the context of response, recovery and resilience. This, for us, is a really, really significant move into resilience, the third of the 3 R's that I'm sure we've all talked about before. It's a really large, significant resilience project. Short and long-term initiatives, big and small initiatives, right across the whole spectrum of what Healthy Waters does. Important to note as well, I think, that it builds upon lots of things that have been done previously, lots of engineering interventions in particular that have been done previously. I'm thinking about Twin Streams, for example, and some of the work that's been done at Mount Roscoe in partnership with Gang Ora. You'll have seen the pictures of stuff flooding in a controlled way. Just to finish on the Recovery Office's coordination and contribution to Making Space for Water, it's a really good example of work sitting where it best should in terms of business as usual. I think the Recovery Office's contribution here will be heavily around consultation and resources for consultation and community consultation, but we've no need to build a team of people in the recovery office to do this work. It's being done and will be done by Craig and the existing BAU team. And that's the point, right? The recovery office isn't here to add people and build resources that exist elsewhere in the organisation. Craig?
Thanks, Matt. And Nick, Head of Planning, and myself will just do a bit of a tag team presentation, and then obviously we'll have lots of questions. So just obviously focusing on some of the points that Matt's just made. We know that our recent investments have worked well, and here's the example that Matt referred to, Freeland Reserve in Mount Roskill, the day of the storm and 4 days later. And you wouldn't even know that the storm had actually occurred. So that's what a good outcome looks like. So when we're talking about blue-green projects, this is our benchmark for what a good blue-green project looks like. The other point I'd make before the storm events is that we had done our hotspot pre-maintenance work, and that generally, although the results were highly undesirable, the results based on our modelling were actually very, very predictable. On the left-hand side, I've just got a heat map of the placards. Well, effectively, it forms a heat map. These are the placards for both late January and early February events. And what's significant, as you all know, is that this was a very regional-wide event, unlike most of our previous flooding, which is very spatially limited. This was a wide hit across the majority of the region. So we've got four key objectives: reduce existing flood risks, avoid creating new flood risks, raising people's awareness, and I think that's one objective we've probably done already, and that I've never known so much awareness and commentary around stormwater in my entire career, and it took, unfortunately, a human tragedy to cause that level of awareness. And look, being prepared for flood events already, because not only did we have flooding in January and February, about every month we seem to have another significant flood recently, and so it's become a new norm for us all. Anyway, without any further ado from me, I will hand over to Nick, who's just going to work through the toolkit in a little bit of detail, and then I'll come back and talk about the consultation and where to from here. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Your Worship. Kia ora, councillors. What you see on the screen there are the 9 initiatives that we're calling our toolkit of interventions around making space for water. With this slide up, I'm just going to briefly take you through each of these, just to give you a flavour for what each of those line items means. And then after this, I'll come back to 2 or 3 of those just to discuss in a little more detail. So the first point to make is that these initiatives across a range of operational and capital interventions. So we'll start off with the more conventional ops and maintenance, and then we've divided these up into sort of neighbourhood solutions and site-specific interventions. Firstly, in terms of increased maintenance, there have been calls from, I think, the community generally for better preparedness for these events. And so what we're proposing is a criticality-based approach where we go in not to all catchments but to at-risk flood catchments and have an increased maintenance regime in place, and that means maintenance around catch pits and road maintenance generally. It also means maintenance around streams. I point out we've been doing a lot of work around streams in an operational sense recently. And I point out that this also falls into an area where we have to work with private property owners. So we're trying to toe that line between lowering risk for particular communities and intervening where we need to, and giving good advice and support for communities to look after their own streams. And that's a little bit further down in the community-led flood resilience and stream rehab. Flood intelligence, the second item there, is really about using some of our existing tools to get our community better prepared. We know that whatever we do on the back of this event, we're going to have a significant number of people who remain at risk and communities that remain at risk. We've been doing a lot of work in recent years from an operational perspective in terms of operationalising weather data and flow data through our ops teams. So flood intelligence is really an initiative to say we can make that information, which is good information, more widely available so that our at-risk communities have better warning, better preparedness. And I point out here that there's a strong linkage back into Auckland emergency management, and this is not all healthy waters in isolation. The idea here is that we use our smarts to sort of plug into existing council systems. In terms of neighbourhood solutions, first of all, I guess, point out that flooding on the 27th occurred in two broad ways. As Craig pointed out, it was very widespread across the region, and some of those properties were isolated houses or groups of 2 or 3 properties here or there, and that's right. We'll refer to those as high-risk properties a bit further on. But also, we had particularly communities that were particularly hard hit, and I think we all know where they are. So we've looked at a range of initiatives around those particularly vulnerable communities, and these are solutions around, first of all, flood resilience. I think no matter where we get to in terms of blue-green networks and houses being removed from risk, there will be a significant number of houses that remain at risk. And so I think one key role we have in here is to make sure that our communities are well informed about their risk and know what they can and can't do to modify it. So community-led flood resilience is really where we see going to work with these vulnerable communities that have been particularly hard hit, to help them all. Most of them will still be there down the track, and so people need to understand what their risk is and what levers they can pull to change that. Previously mentioned stream rehabilitation. We see this as needing a sort of a community-led approach as well. We find when we go into communities, there are already community groups who take great interest in their streams and what's going on here, so we're not trying to reinvent the wheel here. We'd like to work with some of those groups a little better, enable them to get on with what they already do and to work in with them from a perspective of our operations. Very quickly, rural settlements is a line item that we see to deal with parts of the Auckland region that flooded that don't have conventional urban infrastructure. I'm thinking of places like Waiheke or Piha, which don't have the normal sort of curb and channel and pipe network. Some of those places had significant issues, and they have their own set of solutions, which I'd suggest are more operational than most of the solutions. There's also a strong connection there. A lot of those communities rely on roadside table drains, so there's a big connection to Auckland Transport in that item. Culvert and bridge upgrades refers to a significant program that we intend to work in with any blue-green network approach that we haven't previously been able to address. It does work in with the blue-green networks because very often opening up culverts requires you to get other people downstream out of risk. So there is a program of culvert and bridge upgrades, and I just point out while we're there that once again, big connection into our transport infrastructure. In that case, they're not all healthy waters assets. In fact, very few of them are. Finally, in this section, blue-green networks is really an initiative to go and work with communities and try and address where we can help people around resilience, but also importantly in terms of discussions that have been going on with central government around property purchase or buyouts. Feeding into that and taking advantage of anything that's on the table from central government. So the blue-green networks, I'll talk to them on a slide after this in a little more detail, but they're basically looking at around a dozen streams around the region, looking at high concentrations of risk and a combination of works in the catchment as well as potential property buyouts. Finally, site-specific interventions. One of the take-homes from these events was a lot of properties hit by overland flow paths. We see a need in here for a program around overland flow path management. A lot of this ultimately is effects from, for example, people blocking overland flow paths with solid fences or that sort of thing. And clearly there's a big compliance role in here, but what we suggest as the network operator is that there's a role for us in here in terms of identifying those key critical overland flow paths and doing a bit of work before Auckland Council regulatory gets involved to go out and look and address those issues. Not a high value program, but we see it as one that there's a definite need out there.
I was just going to make the observation, there are 1.8 million overland flow paths in Auckland that affect the network. So there might be each small in size, but in the scale of it makes it actually a very big and significant issue. Kia ora.
Final item on that, of those 9 there is what we've termed high-risk properties. So these are really the looking at, once again, with any central government initiatives around property purchase. If we get to address blue-green networks in here, really that is not the be-all and end-all of a category to address those individual houses scattered right around the region that are at some intolerable risk, depending on your definition of intolerable risk. So I'll talk first of all about blue-green networks because I think that's something that people in communities are particularly interested in. I'm not going to identify the particular ones in this case other than to say it's at least a dozen watercourses around Auckland. These are significant clusters of risk in some situations, and they're clusters of risk that we've been aware of for long periods of time. They're also clusters of risk that can't be addressed in general with infrastructure solutions, or at least not solely with infrastructure solutions. And so the opportunity here, if there is one around being able to purchase properties, is that we can then use that space that we create to reduce the risk for others. And I think that's one of the nice synergies in this program generally. I point out that we actually have some good experience around sort of similar projects. The picture you see there is Te Awanga, which was obviously a project on public land at the time. But we also have projects, historical projects like Twin Streams, which have already removed significant numbers of properties from risk around the region. So these blue-green networks projects are really building on experiences of that and looking to take those benefits a bit wider around the region. So yeah, final bullet points there. I know it's capital intensive. There's some big numbers in here, and they are subject to central government funding and policy decisions around buyback. The point I'd make to councillors here is that the scale of the capital will scale broadly with that of the buyback. So if we remove properties and have associated streamworks that require capital, those opportunities only exist if we have, or those opportunities are more significant if we have a more significant buyback program. And so the nature of the capital investment will scale with scale of any buyback scheme. Thanks, Craig. Whatever happens in a retreat and buyback space, there are certainly many things we need to get involved with, and I think we need to focus with everyone. You know, any buyback that's on the table, very small. With the vast majority who will remain with some degree of risk, potentially all of them. Our community-led resilience is focused around shaping that up to work better with communities around helping them work with their own private streams and only getting involved where we can lend a hand or perhaps where we need council's experience or infrastructure. These dedicated programs work with all members of the community, including mana whenua, and it's important that we recognise here that when we go in and work with streams, we don't do so solely from a flood perspective. There's a number of key outcomes we're looking from our streams generally. So we definitely look to work with mana whenua as kaitiaki as well as other community groups to make sure that we sort of uphold all of those values in our streams. And finally, from me, operations and maintenance here, this is just a slide to reiterate that we are looking, as well as looking at capital investments here, we are looking at where we need to get involved. We are, as Craig mentioned, we do already run hotspot programs which go out before and after storms to minimise the risk operationally. I think we're looking to take a greater involvement, in particular around waterways and roads in at-risk areas, not blanket around the region. This is intended to be targeted so that our budget is spent in a wise manner. And I'll hand back to Craig at this stage.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. So on the consultation space, there's a few things going on, and we want to make sure that we don't reinvent the wheel and we leverage off other things that are going on. So I think Matt's got some initial consultation they need to do on the recovery plan that's coming up. We know that the local boards are going out for their plans in July, August, and I think there's an ideal opportunity for some of those local board plans, where relevant, to reflect some of the thinking that's going into the making space for water program, particularly around the blue-green opportunities. So in an ideal world, we'd be able to have a very aligned process, and we'll be looking for community feedback both on the program and, most significantly, the funding impacts. If this is going to go down the path of a targeted rate program, which is a quite possible outcome or a quite probable outcome, the significant contribution from the Crown will be critical to determining the size of that targeted rate. And obviously there will be questions of affordability, etc. So a big milestone, I think, is the end of this month, when we're hoping that the Crown are going to make some announcements on what they're actually going to propose around, currently it's called managed retreat. I think it needs a better definition, I think his worship agrees with me. But that's the word we have at the moment. And ideally, if we get this Crown announcement at the end of the month, it'll mean that our report back to the June meeting will reflect that Crown contribution in the mathematics of the proposal around the targeted rate, etc. So fingers crossed, the timing should work quite well. And just putting it into a bit of a timeline, obviously today we're just here seeking approval for the overall objectives and where we wanted to get to. We want to come back next month with quite a bit more detail. We want to talk broadly about the geographies that, without getting down to specific property details, we'd like to identify the broad geographies where we see these new blue-green networks being developed. And we'd also like to come back with some costings, both CapEx and OpEx, and potentially look at some options that could go into a public consultation document around the quantum of the targeted rate. Would it be applied locally? Would it be applied regionally? and look to go out for public consultation in July, August, with then the view to coming back and getting a final works program approved for adoption through the September governing body meeting. That's our ideal world situation. And what we're wanting to do almost immediately after today is to start a lot of local board engagement so that we bring the local boards on the journey with us, because I think having the local communities engaged through the local boards is going to be vital for the success of this program, and hopefully that will reflect in a very strong public support for what we want to do, because I think having that strong public support will help central government make some good decisions as well if they know that this is what the Auckland community desperately needs to move forward, because we've been through so much negativity. We have to focus on something positive to move us forward in this area. And that's us, and I'd like to just hand over for any patai. Kia ora.
Thank you for an excellent presentation. And I might say that I shared this the other day with the Minister of Auckland and with Grant Robertson, the Minister of Money, and they were quite impressed that we were so well prepared, and so it reflected well upon you guys at Healthy Waters. And as an engineer over that, I've reviewed your stuff and it all makes sense, I can tell you that. There's an element of education in this. During those periods when we were out on site, lots of people didn't realise that those solid fences that they put in there were actually threatening their own houses. A number of solid fences that were directly across or altering the direction of overland flows was quite horrendous. And so just preventing dumb stuff happening that people put in through an education is part of it. I'm also a person who has paid targeted rates for prevention of flooding in other properties I've owned, and it is a good system, it's a good investment. We've also carefully, both yourself and mine, avoided setting any traps that commit the government to by accidental setting of precedents in terms of before we buy anything back outside of a targeted blue-green thing. We don't. That's got to be a question for the government to do that sort of stuff, not us. And the involvement with community groups is something I've been involved with sea cleaners. One of those pictures back there showed a shopping trolley. I've never understood why shopping trolleys are so high on the list of things to get into drains. It's quite bizarre. We pull them out with monotonous regularity, and tyres and other things. I don't know why they get in there as well, but it's quite plastic bottles, I understand. And we have seen pictures of drains completely blocked with plastic. So I'm just saying these things in total support of what you're doing. I think it's great. I'll go on to my councillors now, starting with the inimitable Kenneth Turner.
Thank you. My question is going to be about the percentage of the total budget that will be put onto maintenance as opposed to the sort of capital expenditure. The sort of context is that, on slide 5, with that blue-green network, there's a lovely picture there, but it doesn't stay like that without proactive maintenance. And also, we often design stuff that doubles and triples our maintenance costs going forward because of, that picture there is not easily cleaned by machinery should it silt up or that sort of stuff. And that goes on to the drains, which we fill with gabion rock, you know what I mean? It works for a time, but then when it gets filled, you can't clean that with a digger anymore without taking all the rocks and stuff out as well. So I just, so that and also working with the community, that they actually are looking for people to come in to do the big work with machinery that they don't have. So I'm just asking kind of where you see that split.
So look, at a very global level, without getting into the details of the numbers, we're looking at like an 80-20 split CapEx and OpEx. And so 20% of the program would be OPEX, which we're talking about still a very, very significant number, and it would dwarf our current operational budgets in this space. Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor Ferry, please.
Thank you. And as you know, it's a very big area of interest for me. I just wanted to acknowledge your work so far, which I think has been really excellent. Really pleased to see the mention there of local board involvement. I think that's going to be absolutely key. And I have a question for that one, and then two other hopefully quite short questions. What are we sort of thinking, and this is probably a question more in Matt's space, around the community resilience opportunities here as we roll out this kind of work? Obviously there's opportunities there to link with community groups around specific catchments and streams and parks and things like that. But are we picking up that opportunity to, acknowledging this is more in the infrastructure space, but there will be a community aspect to that. So how are we looking at that? And then I've got two more. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Good question. We are right now, as we speak, trying to identify the most appropriate community groups in each of the areas to help us with a whole raft of things. Right. Not just this particular initiative, but communication in general, and identify the best and most appropriate community leaders rather than parachute people into these communities to be experts in something, rather to use that local knowledge and those local networks, most definitely.
Right, that's really good to hear. The next two questions, one is, I did ask at the workshop if we could have an online briefing done for the public on this. And I think it would probably be a matter of presenting what you've presented today. Is there some appetite to do that? I guess I'm thinking of something similar to the online budget briefings, because we get heaps of questions about this, and the way that you've presented it is really succinct and I think would be useful and somewhat reassuring for people as well. I mean, obviously you couldn't do it ahead of today because we haven't signed off on it yet. That's a really good idea, yeah. Thanks.
Look, we are totally comfortable with it. We just needed a mandate from today to give us the authority to have those conversations.
Great.
We just need to get our timing right in terms of the level of granularity that we can share, because we want to come back to the governing body next month with obviously enough granularity to support a more formal consultation process. Yeah. But certainly the stuff that we've done today, obviously delighted to, I mean, this is now, we're in the public domain now anyway, so delighted to share with anyone at any time, basically.
Great. I mean, I think if we just did like an online Zoom session or something, that would be, that would be really appreciated by the community, because they are looking for some assurance that we are doing stuff. And as much as I might one-on-one tell someone, yes, we're doing stuff and it's actually quite exciting, that's going to have a lot more credibility in a fancy presentation from you guys. And the final question was, some of this is going to be around discussions with developers, and you mentioned the work with Kāinga Ora around the Freeland Reserve work. One of the things I've observed there that was different between the Freeland Reserve work and the Te Aonga project work is that the way that Kāinga Ora are redeveloping that neighbourhood meant that the water flowed to the reserve. Whereas the Te Aonga area in Wesley, that redevelopment hasn't happened yet. It will, but it hasn't happened yet. So what conversations are we looking to have potentially with developers around how they're building to make sure that when we're putting in a blue-green network or we're working with them on one, the water will flow safely to those nature-based solutions? Thanks.
Councillor Ferry, we work very closely with Kāinga Ora in particular at the moment. I think we all succeed or fail together, so we honestly try and come up with an integrated solution and work to executing it, and there's all sorts of parts to that. I think how we integrate perhaps with the rest of our development community is possibly trickier and lies outside part of that lies with Central Policy Office of Council, not with Healthy Waters. But I think certainly in terms of those large scale developments with Kāinga Ora, we know that we need to be well integrated, understand each other's plans and be in good agreement.
Just a short follow-up to that. I think there might be another opportunity in the conversations with the local boards as to identify where there are local developers that work in particular areas. I've had a bit of experience with Fletcher's, and I guess it's a matter of that development community starting to understand that there's benefits from them, from being able to say, hey, we've worked with council on an integrated stormwater approach here, so we can stand behind that. This development's less likely to flood. So it might be a long-term or medium-term conversation rather than we walk out tomorrow and go development by development. Thank you.
I think it's a relentless conversation rather than long-term. Councillor Walker, please.
Got a few questions, and commendations first on the Healthy Waters team for the assistance that they're giving. I've certainly enjoyed that, Nick and Craig and team. So I don't think we've had this workshopped previously, or if we have, I'm mistaken.
Yeah, we have. We had a workshop on the 1st of May on this, this whole topic.
Not to this degree of detail, though. I think you've fleshed it out here, haven't you?
No, we actually went through quite a bit of detail.
Okay, so I've got a couple of questions, and they go to initiatives. One is around the imperative to make sure in our planning and consenting that we're not letting stuff through, both at a small level and a large level. That is an absolute imperative. I just put that up as an initiative. And there are matters that go to, the RMA around the lack of consideration of cumulative effects, which considerably impacts stormwater. That's one thing. The other thing that I'd just put to you by way of a question as an initiative is around financing. Lots of cities overseas are able to finance stormwater through various mechanisms. You can charge for hard surface area and the like. So that is something that we have not picked up on. You can incentivise rather than penalise. So I just put that up. And the other matter is, obviously this is looking at flooding and stormwater, but there's the huge impact of poor stormwater management on cliffside properties that the Mayor is certainly aware of, because they just slide away. So I don't know whether that's something specific that gets picked up on, because we're looking at stream rehabilitation and lots of other stuff, but it's really important. And the stuff that's low-lying that's going to be impacted by flooding associated with inundation that makes it worse. And the last question I've got just goes to how you put this out there, and if it's possible to put it out there in a way that lots of ordinary people can understand it really easily in terms of what it actually looks like to them, because my observation is that this issue is affecting a lot of people, but especially it's affecting people in low-lying areas where often the housing's not so expensive and they may not have access to some of the things that you need sometimes, like lawyers and the like, to get results. So a few suggestions by way of questions there. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you. I really, really, really appreciate this. And Matt Morris and I are looking forward to catching up with you on Friday, and we'll probably walk you through at some point the Angelo catchment and the Freiburg catchment. Really, really good that we're going to be looking at flood intelligence, because there's plenty of that. And I know that, well, it's true, there's plenty of that. And I know that Craig and Nick, you've worked very closely with Matthew Brokovich, who is somebody who is really all over, especially out east, out the Howard Ward way. And I think it's really good that you're going to be having different communities that are going to be having their community people that know their area that's going to get really involved. One of the things that back in 2004, And that's a time when Phil Wilson was working for Manukau. He'll remember we actually had a moratorium in a very big part of the Howick catchment, which I think we need to start thinking about having moratoriums in some parts where we know there's flooding issues. Cockle Bay, I know there's a big development going in there that will end up causing a lot of issues so I think we really do need to really be working with the communities, listening to the communities, and I know, Nick, you're pretty all over what's going on our way and all across the region, but one of the other things that I think we need to do is very pleased to hear about the fencing. I think we need to start thinking about new developments that we only allow fencing, like swimming pool type fencing, to be going up. And new developments, it doesn't matter whether you're on a flow path or whatever. I think that's something we need to start looking at. It's something we were doing at one stage in Manukau when we were first developing Flatbush. So, yeah. So thank you very much and looking forward to working with you.
Any response to that, or was it that just
look,
big
there
pat
is
on
a
the back from what I heard?
Practical response in that we can't change the planning regulations overnight. And my understanding at the moment, if someone puts an application in, it has to be considered in the light of the current rules. Now, the rules are going to have to be changed because the stormwater standards we currently have in place are no longer fit for purpose. And so we do have a challenge right now with how we look at our current rules of engagement through the unitary plan, etc., because changing that's not an easy process. But we also don't want to be creating more problems. One of the slides we had up was reducing future risk. So I'm not a legal authority in this area, but there needs to be, hopefully through government legislation, some ability to make some very pragmatic changes to the rules before we just get ourselves into more strife. And I think that's where a close association with central government around, if they want to do it, they can actually move legislation very, very quickly. And my concern is that we will just create more and more problem areas by building in areas that should not be built on. Kia ora.
I didn't agree with that. What about our engineering standards? Because they also were designed for a period when we weren't in anticipation. So a lot of our pipe sizes are just basically wrong.
So all these things are going to have to change. And one of the big challenges we've got is change to what? Because we can't look at the history of what's happened and say, well, based on that, we're going to interpolate into the future. Because I think right now we're writing a new future as we sit here today. So we are going to have to put a line in the sand and commit to a set of new standards. Kia ora.
Thank you for that. Councillor Leone.
Kia ora. Just really want to acknowledge the great work that you're all doing and the presentation that you did in workshop. And so the two questions that I have, I know you've already partially answered one, which was around the time frame for consultation. Do you think it's likely to be at least 3 months before we go out to consultation on that then?
No, we need to go out for consultation, I believe, at the same time as we're going out on the local board plans, which is mid-July to mid-August. Because I think it's an imperative that we get this back into an approved plan by September, so that can influence whatever might be happening with water reform or whatever. We need to have a position that council is going to take into the future, and we also need a position for the next LTP if we're going to be part of the next LTP. So I actually think getting to an outcome by the end of September is really, really important. Kia ora.
And sorry, just to add, if I could, there's an alignment with central government as well in the other regions that are experiencing similar situations, which is quick. Central government's given us a arguably shorter time frame than we've described here, nearly.
No, that's good to hear regarding the time frame. And the second thing was just what I brought up in the workshop too was around the procurement, because we were just in a hui earlier today, specifically around Maori procurement and resources there from central government. So I just wanted to check in if you've got any comments on procurement.
Huge opportunity for iwi Maori procurement. if we're going to have community-led programs, you get no better advocate for the local environment than the iwi Maori in each of those regions. So we would look to, you know how we've got a current program called Tuana Ute. That's the sort of program we'd like to grow, and there's absolutely no reason why a Tuana Ute type model couldn't be incorporated to look after some of the new areas that we're going to be creating, for example. So I think there's a massive opportunity to do a lot of good in this space. Kia ora.
Good question, good answer. Shane Henderson.
Can I, sorry, just finish that answer? Chair? I've just added Maori Partnership and Procurement Senior Leadership Team member to the recovery team as well. It's, if I'm being frank, we're a bit behind the 8 ball and we need to get sorted out.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'll run my comments and questions together a little bit if that's all right. Yeah, just in regards to planning, will we be having discussions with the planning department? Because just see an opportunity here when we master plan greenfields development, we're quite good at it, but we haven't really looked at that too much within existing populations where people might be threatened with streams or whatnot. So, you know, would you, as part of this, are you planning to kind of advocate to the planning department to get in there and maybe look at redeveloping neighbourhoods and working with Kāinga Ora to that effect? That's my first one, and I've got one more.
I think in terms of getting and working with particular communities, the opportunities are bigger right now if we across all of these initiatives. I think so. We definitely, as I said, work with KO. I think how we work with some of these other and incorporate other developers. The question's already come up before. I think that's possibly the more difficult one, that we're not, our existing relationships are not quite so mature. I think it's something we can work on.
Thanks. Second and final question is, at what point are we going to find out more about how much it's going to cost and how we're going to pay for it? I mean, I hope central government sufficiently understand that we don't have money just sitting around and we might need increased revenue to pay for increased levels of service. So are we going to get some insight into that soon, or are we a bit early?
Yep, very soon. We'll be coming back to the June governing body with numbers. And that means, of course, bearing in mind that the agenda closes soon, we're going to be working on it, I can assure you, when I leave this meeting. We've already started work on the next report, because that's when you're going to see a lot more detail. Kia ora.
You shouldn't for a moment think that I didn't meet the Minister of Finance without raising that. Councillor Darby, please.
Your Worship, I think in response to the planning issues, Megan Tyler would like to add some comments as well. Kia ora.
Okay, just hold off there, Councillor Darby, for a second. There is actually an amendment floating around, which is likely to land, which and also adds in the need to involve the planning sector. And I was also going to add in that at least that you guys talk to the Insurance Council, because they are also a source of funds and a party that's got a part to play in this, and will have quite an impact in terms of the decision making between ourselves, yourselves, and the government over who gets cover later on. So there are other parties. I mean, it's very commendable what you're doing, and it gets bigger and harder as you talk it on. But thank you. Megan, would you like to just add to that a little bit?
Kia ora, Mr. Chair, thank you. Just wanted to just confirm, there's been a few questions about what kind of conversations going to be had about changes to the unitary plan or to stop development in certain areas. That's exactly what we're going to come back to you shortly through the Planning, Environment and Parks Committee, so Councillor Hill's and Dalton's committee, where we will talk to you about changes that may be required through the unitary plan. And Craig has mentioned his view that rules need to be changed, but that's ultimately your decision. You'll need to understand what the implications of that is. So we are going to be taking that through with you, and I just wanted to confirm that. Thanks very much.
Could I, if I may, just round out the conversation about the Insurance Council as well? We did in fact have chief executives and the Insurance Council in the office just last week. And one of the undertakings was that they're going to put someone from the Insurance Council into the recovery team as a secondee to make sure we're as joined up as we can be.
That's good to hear. Thank you very much for that. Councillor Sayers, oh no, Councillor Darby, I've chopped you off once already. My humble apologies.
That's okay. That's okay. All good. I think it was a week ago, there was a media statement on this coming, and that media statement talked about a $1 billion investment. I think the indicative cost of $1 billion over 6 years was mentioned. Then it went on to say that we'd be doing 30 years of work in 6. I just want to know where the 1 billion came from. It's not mentioned in this report, but costings are yet to be undertaken. How did this grandiose headline turn up? That's my first question.
Do you want to have a go there one, Your Worship?
I think there was kind of lots of statements about $1 billion coming out right at the time from the government about the costs down in the Hawke's Bay, and there were some very early sort of wild guesses, but it's attention grabbing, and it may not be accurate, but it was quite clear to point out that that was an approximate figure that was given out there, and it was a pick up from some very, very early guesstimates from. But it's no more inaccurate than the fixed price contracts we've signed with City Rail Link, of course, which we went through great detail, and they were out by 3 or 4 billion. So it's a figure. So, but we are quite clear that the Healthy Waters team are working their way through to give us something with greater accuracy. Okay.
So, Councillor Darby, we will be coming back to the June meeting with cost estimates for each of those 9 program areas, both CapEx and OpEx, because we need numbers to give the community some certainty as to what we're talking about, and also to allow the rating team to deliver some modelling around different pricing scenarios depending on the Crown contribution levels. So be rest assured that we will be coming back in June with our best estimates around both CapEx and OpEx funding for the program. Kia ora.
I've just had a bit of information that we got that from a Healthy Waters initial cost estimate of 6 years. Okay, so that's where the figure did come from. But they were very cautious about this and knowing that they have to do more work, which is what he's just telling us now. So it was justified.
Yeah, Mayor, I'm not suggesting you're making it up. I'm questioning the number, because you'd be relying on an input from somewhere, and I can't see it in the report. So, Craig or Nick, can you just tell us the 30 years being achieved in 6 years? I'm not aware of a 30-year work program. So, can you just tell me how this 30 years is achieved in 6 years?
So obviously when you look at the Healthy Waters AMP, and I guess there's 2 AMPs floating around at the moment. One is the AMP that was part of the previous LTP process, and the other is the AMP we were asked to prepare for water reform, which was called the Unconstrained AMP. So that had a number of flooding programs in that AMP over a 30-year period of time. And what we're saying now is that 30-year flood program sitting in that unconstrained AMP has now effectively been consolidated into the 6-year Making Space for Water program. Kia ora.
Okay, and so what I wonder here is, what has Healthy Waters been doing to date? I would have thought that a number of those initiatives should be business as usual, you know, making sure the maintenance programs are there, the so-called flood intelligence, which is, you know, nice language for basic work, stream rehab, focusing on high-risk streams, daylighting, community engagement. They're all pretty basic. So they're listed as initiatives that will get scoped and estimates applied. I'm very cognizant that catchment management planning. I think management planning is proposed to be restarted. That was, I think, stopped under your management, Craig. So why aren't these things happening?
With all due respect, Councillor Darby, they've been happening all the way through. We have been massively committed to planning. We've been massively committed to delivering good outcomes for the community. But we also live in a real world where we have all been subject to financial constraints. I've advocated as eloquently as I can for councillors would have heard me arguing for larger budgets to do work. But it's the world that we live in, and right now, to be honest, even with water reform going on, I think what people need to recognise is the risk profile around flood management has changed significantly with these recent events. Everyone's risk appetite has changed. We probably underestimated the risk with the benefit of hindsight with where we are today, which is why we're going through what I'd call a reprioritisation program, looking at elevating flood to the, it's always been the #1 risk, but putting more resources into it. But we've always taken our planning seriously. We've always done stream rehabilitation. We've done blue-green projects. I think we've got a track record that I will stand behind as pretty darn good. But the reality is we need to put the program on steroids now if we're going to meet the community expectations. Kia ora.
Yeah, look, I would add that. Sorry, Dave.
Sorry, Councillor Darby. Can I just add to that in terms of CapEx numbers in particular that come out of this, there's a lot of opportunity that we have right now that we haven't had in terms of BAU. It's one of the unfortunate pieces of trying to resolve flooding, that very often we get to a situation where we can't resolve it with infrastructure, or at least the infrastructure costs more than the properties we're saving. So in this particular situation where we potentially have the opportunity to remove properties from risk, it puts a whole lot of things back on the table that we haven't been able to address. So culvert upgrades that can happen because the downstream properties are out of risk. Take your point about our business generally. There's things we're looking to do better and to fund appropriately, but and there's a good chunk of this program which is very much about seizing the opportunity. Kia ora.
Yeah, look, I don't question the work that's been undertaken, but some of the most significant budget increases in the organisation, other than in transport, have been with Healthy Waters through targeted rates, etc. Just my next question is about who you're working with, and Councillor Henderson referred to the importance of the collaboration with planning. At paragraph 40, you indicate a number of parties that you will work with. When I read a report, I'm looking for who wrote the report. And this report looks to be written in isolation of planning. It certainly seems to be written in isolation of infrastructure strategy. So have to date you worked with planning on the development of this report, its objectives and its initiatives, and also with infrastructure strategy? Have you worked with Auckland Transport, considering that you're talking about culverts, etc. You're talking about maintenance of the road corridor, and we are very cognizant that 25% of urban Auckland is impervious transport network managed by Auckland Transport. So I know that paragraph 40 you will work, but I'm struggling to see that you have worked to date in bringing these recommendations to us. Have you?
Councillor Darby, I think first of all, in terms of the Central Policy Office, there's a lot of communications back and forward. It's our role in here, I feel, to give them good technical advice for them to go through their process. And so certainly at an officer level, my staff have been talking with staff in the CPO, and I think that's a very important linkage. It's not our role as network operator to step in and make those sort of decisions, but we try and feed the best technical information into that discussion. Perhaps secondly, in terms of who we need to work with, in particular, I'll pick up the Auckland Transport side of that. I think our relationship with working with Auckland Transport is close already. We integrate with them in terms of things like catch pit maintenance and things in and about the road corridor. So that's already an existing relationship. So I don't see it as a new relationship or a new conversation that we start up. It's really just a continuation of our existing relationship, but perhaps with some new prospects that we can address together.
Okay, look, thank you, Nick. Look, I think there's a further recommendation, and I look forward to future reports being jointly authored, which I think is important. Just two last points, Mayor, if I may. Just on property acquisition, that is mentioned there. I know Healthy Waters has been pretty enthusiastic about property acquisition in the past. In fact, I think there was a situation in Piha where the governing body resolved not to acquire properties, and properties were acquired. There is risk there. There's also possibly a question of liability. So can you just outline the circumstances in which you're looking at property acquisition? I think, Mayor, in your statement of last week, you stressed that and I think it was very deliberate of you, Mayor, it was very conditional that property acquisition needed to have a much wider community benefit rather than a private benefit, which I thought was important. Can you just expand on this question of property acquisition? And lastly, the question of liability is not mentioned in the report, and I thought that is an important thing to canvass. Thank you.
So on the property acquisition, the Cyclone Task Force has come out with a risk rating category 1, 2 and 3. And category 3 under the Cyclone Recovery Task Force rating is called unfixable. And all of the properties that we are proposing to be acquired come under the category 3 unfixable category. So that's a ruling that's been determined by the Crown, and that's the one that we've been asked to work to, and that's the one they've shared with the Insurance Council as well. So that's how we're going about our risk rating, and because our modelling is of such high quality, with all due respect, we can actually be very confident that we have a robust risk rating for all of the properties in Auckland that have been impacted, which should make the Crown decision around taking the lead around managed retreat a lot easier because it's based around good water science. Kia ora.
And the question of liability?
Well, if the Crown is going to be taking the lead around acquisition, I would have thought the liability then would sit with the Crown. We're not proposing that council acquires property as part of this project. We are proposing that the Crown will take the lead around property acquisition.
Yeah, look, probably I'll leave it there, Mayor, but I'm actually referring to a broader question of liability. Look, I can't continue to explore that now. Thanks, Mayor.
Good effort all the same. Councillor Sayers, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just first of all, I really want to acknowledge the constructive manner in which Healthy Waters has engaged with me, Chair, as a councillor for the rural and Rodney wards. It's been very productive, and I just want that publicly acknowledged. Nick, you did talk about it. If we could go back to the slide there where you did talk, I want to obviously touch on that rural aspect. There was a slide there where you talked about the impact into the rural sectors of Auckland. Were you able to bring that up? I just wanted to delve into that a little bit more because I think it's important for all the councillors to fully understand the importance of the work you're doing there in terms of the three harbours, Manukau, Kaipara and the Waitemata Harbour, and keeping them free of sedimentation, and the work we're trying to do environmentally as an entire group.
Councillor Sayers, is that the slide you're referring to?
Yeah. So could you just talk us through that in a little bit more detail, Nick?
Councillor, we'll certainly come back with a good deal more detail next time. But in a broad sense, what we've noticed right around the regions is that there's a section of the community which doesn't fit easily into what you might call rural or urban. So in a rural space, there's less integrated catchment management, I guess you could say, in terms of having to work in with existing infrastructure. We get a lot of communities, in particular ones that have grown within the rural space, and that, you know, I'm thinking once again the Pihas and the Waihikis, where what was essentially rural infrastructure is now being asked to support a much larger and denser population. We see this raises a number of problems. It's very difficult to migrate a community, any of these communities, from their existing infrastructure to a sort of an urban approach. So we see the need to sort of work in. I think there's a lot more operational requirements in a network like that. It's not quite so capital intensive. And it's those. So, for example, a good example would be out in Piha. We have a number of properties that post the events of 27th now have significant flooding in behind the dunes, and there's no easy way to resolve that with conventional means other than we can't readily put a pipe network out into the middle of a dune into a beach. So we have to think a little bit outside the square in terms of how we deal with some of those properties. Definitely not looking at capital intensive, but looking at some sort of smart solutions to work with the infrastructure that's there already. Kia ora.
Nick, you touched on, I'm pretty sure you mentioned in your presentation that there's an overlap with Auckland Transport and a need to work in with Auckland Transport around some of those solutions that you're proposing. Again, could you just elaborate on that? If that's correct, my main concern probably rests in the fact that, when you start to get different agencies like Auckland Transport and then Auckland Council through Healthy Waters having to coordinate their efforts, that is prone to some risks. So could you just explain that a little bit more to me, just so I can gain some confidence?
Councillor, there's certainly a significant amount of risk in here. I think we all need to turn around and look at this from the customer perspective, and very often our customers struggle to work out who's in charge of what, and so I think in some of these communities where we've looked to work in with Auckland as Healthy Waters, we've looked to work in with Auckland Transport's normal responsibility because some of the problems go a little beyond road corridor maintenance and roadside drains. So there's a spectrum of situations that we're trying to deal with, and I think some of these things, in fact, will be fleshed out a little bit through water reform as well, because I think there's a need for some clarity as that process unfolds.
Councillor, if I could, that's one of the key roles of the Recovery Office. If I could give you an example, 3 times a week, all the organisations that you've talked about get together in the Recovery Office with their respective recovery leads, Auckland Transport, etc. And across the whole myriad of activities that are going on right now, we're trying our best to keep abreast of who's doing what and coordinate as best we possibly can, so be it technical stuff that's going on, construction, funding, communications, anything that you could think of. We have all those agencies together at least 3 times a week.
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Lee, please.
Yes, thank you. This strikes me as a visionary initiative, but also pragmatic, given the cost of retrofitting infrastructure we'd have to deal with. The term real world has been raised by a couple of people, and what worries me a bit is that this council and some of its legacy councils has a pretty deep, long-standing culture of fairly permissive consenting when it comes to dwellings in floodplains, infill and so on. I think the trade publication One Roof mentioned the figure 2,200 over the last year in high-risk areas such as floodplains being of these consents. But so what I'm suggesting is that one of the challenges we will face, is getting a whole of council response to this, because I suggest that, well, here's a graphic example, and it was actually raised at a briefing we had, Craig and Nick and myself, with the former Prime Minister, member for Mount Albert, and that is a catchment of high interest for healthy waters in terms of managed retreat or making room for water, and yet in that same catchment there's an application before the council for intensified development in a floodplain, and the former PM mentioned it in terms of Crown funding, all important Crown funding for this initiative, and it was, but what about this development? And it is a problem, because I imagine it won't be so easy for you guys to push through this program without some opposition coming from within the council, unless there's a clear, and the chief executive is here, a clear whole of council approach to these identified areas. I'd make that point. Have you got any comment on that, please?
I think Councillor Lee, I don't know if Megan's still online, but she's probably more appropriate to answer that question around the proposed development. I think it's in the Greyland area, isn't it?
Yeah.
Megan?
Sackville Street.
Craig, I am here. Thanks, Councillor Lee. I don't have a specific response to that particular development, but I do know the one you're talking about. I think more broadly, though, my comment or response would be that not all floodplains are created equal, and everything here, that much of what we do in life, but certainly in terms of regulation, is around risk tolerance and risk appetite. And if, as a council, our risk tolerance has changed to development in floodplains or areas like that, then we regulate that through the unitary plan, and to a different extent the Building Act, which of course is government legislation, as you know. But that means then that we would be working through changing the unitary plan to pull back from development in certain areas, or to change the engineering standards or certain requirements when you are, for example, living in a certain kind of floodplain. So that really does fall to the council for your decisions, but we need to provide you advice on that. But and Craig and Nick know this better than I, but yeah, not all floodplains are created equal, and the risk of developing in them is different depending on the areas involved. Hope that's helpful.
Sure, I'm talking about the same area as Healthy Waters are actually prioritising, so it's all in the same catchment. It won't be easy, and I think changing the unitary plan may be just as hard as getting the funding support for this initiative, but I would say that it's timely, it's pragmatic, and I believe it's visionary. Thank you.
So do I. Councillor Filipaina, please.
Kia ora, Your Worship. Thank you so much, and tēnā koutou katoa to Craig and to the team. Craig, I wanted to find out what process is available for getting compensation back from developers who end up putting all their crap and blocks our stormwater drains, as what's happened in Coronation Road over the last 3 weeks or so. And just wanted to acknowledge your help in the initial one, Craig, and also to Doug Pirini, the Southern contact. So what process, because I know they had, I think they emptied out some of the drains that were available, and it was about 2 tonne of rubbish that came from the developers. So what process is there for us to invoice them for work that they should be doing, please?
Look, I'm not sure what our ability is to invoice in a situation like that, but what I can say moving forward, I see a very important component of this whole program is compliance activity, making sure that the community do the right thing, and that's something that we would propose as part of this toolkit of interventions. There is a funding provided for a far heightened level of compliance, and I think particularly around new construction activities, it's vital that we have that compliance, and also around overland flow path management as well. These are probably areas that have had not really sufficient compliance attention in the past, and I'm sure that's also an area that's been factored into the other budgetary considerations for this next year's annual plan around some of this activity as well. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Craig. Your Worship, just one more. I just wanted to see whether Jim, our CEO, or even could let Craig know in regards to the consenting, because surely there must be a process in place or put in place to get compensation for something that we're doing, because it saves our houses getting flooded in certain streets, but the responsibility for getting all that rubbish in was that of the developers, especially the one in Coronation Road. So hopefully Craig might be, not Craig from Resource, might be able to sort of be brought into the conversation. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Philippine. Councillor Newman, please.
Mine's a comment, if there are no more questions.
Well, off you go, comment. Everyone else has been doing that.
Well, I just wanted to, I've been listening to some of the questions of the officers, and some of them I think are fair, but I think that it needs to be recognised that healthy water's making space for water. It is probably one of the demonstrations of an absolutely correct focus of where the conversation needs to go, and that daylighting stormwater is a very popular focus now post the Auckland anniversary floods and Cyclone Gabriel. But, Your Worship, I think that in years past there has absolutely been a lack of appreciation for stormwater's focus on maintenance. You have been the poor cousins. And Craig, I well remember discussions that you and I had during the shovel-ready discussions during the early stages of the COVID lockdown, when the government wanted projects nominated from council that could generate jobs and activity in supply chains. And what happened in shovel-ready was that actually many very worthy essential stormwater projects actually fell under the line. And I think that's appalling, considering what some of us said then and what we all know now. And I think, Your Worship, the other point is that if there is a concern around so-called joined-up planning with Auckland Transport, well, it is most definitely being addressed and needs to be a matter not for the politicians, it needs to be addressed with the senior management at Auckland Transport, because I think it needs to be addressed in the context of access to the Auckland Transport's network, which is where that infrastructure, that stormwater infrastructure is located, and you need to have ready access to it. And just coming back to what Councillor Lee said, Your Worship, he's right insofar as government's acquiescence. This will be far more than money, and I think it will need to be addressed by a further suite of changes to the Auckland Unitary Plan to accommodate downzoning in locations. And I think that's going to require Cabinet to reflect on its decisions, as well as the advice from MB and MFE and Kāinga Ora, and to accept the proposition that they are wrong and that the premise of the NPSUD is wrong. and that, Your Worship, I do note in conclusion that, in years past, the conversation has always been about the need to increase the supply of housing. How quickly has that conversation changed now? It is no longer about the need to massively upscale the yield of houses. It is about trying to deal with the consequences of very short-sighted advice about the need to increase the yield of houses and address the consequences of developing permissively in flood-prone areas. Thank you, Your Worship.
Don't think anyone would argue with that. That's probably a very good comment. And in New Zealand, it would take something bad for us to think differently. I noticed 6 months ago nobody was interested in the cost of interest, but now they are. Nobody was interested in storms, and now they are. All we need is an earthquake and a volcano. Councillor Simpson would like to hopefully move this. And
yeah, I'm very happy to move this, Your Worship, and speak in support of the team, and thank you very much for your work. And I think what it's doing is it's proving to Aucklanders that we are doing something, and doing something as fast as we can. I also would like to endorse Councillor Ferry's comments around having a online educational webinar, for want of a better word, like we did for, you weren't here, Matt, when we did annual plan, but the others will know. And it's just a chance for people to listen. I mean, you can't stay there all night, but if people put their questions in the sidebar, we can go back and feed back to them. But this is a real proof to Auckland that we know what the problem is, we're prepared to do something about it, and we've got a bit of an action plan. I'm nervous about the money, but actually at the end of the day, what's more important? So thank you very much. Happy to move. And Your Worship, would you like to? Are you going to second or? Yeah. Thank you.
I love this. It's great stuff. Engineering, beauty corker. Councillor Ferry, and then Councillor Darby wants to make a comment as opposed to a question, or a question as opposed to a comment. I can't tell the difference.
I just wanted to speak strongly in favour of this work too, and look forward to the next round. And to acknowledge the work that's been done so far as well. I also wanted to just point out that one of the reasons that we have built more in flood-prone areas historically has been because we've locked down a lot of the areas that don't flood and not allowed housing and intensification in them. And just wanted to leave that there in response to some of the comments from my colleagues. It's not as straightforward as it might be portrayed, and we do need to think about where we build, and in some of those places, if we build up, we will have less concrete on the ground. Thank you.
Councillor Darby, please.
Just got a question, if I may. Megan, are you still on the call? Megan's with us. Megan,
I am.
Just in terms of the amendment, I can't actually see the amendment. There it is there now. Thank you. Just in terms of the amendment there, Megan, and you've heard me comment about the importance of a real side-by-side development of this program together. Probably one question I have is really sort of understanding the roles of various parts of the organisation, Healthy Waters, Planning Office, Infrastructure Strategy. Well, that sits under the Planning Office umbrella. Is there merit in, I think it's in actually adding the words clarity of the current and future roles in there? I'm just trying to find out where I did have it noted. So can I just put that to you, please? Because my question, you've heard me, I think, Megan, is understanding the remit of Healthy Waters and where that ends, and where the remit of the Chief Planning Office and the Infrastructure Strategy Unit also begins.
Look, thanks, Councillor Darby. And my response probably starts actually with the Recovery Office and the way in which we are wanting to work or undertake all of this work in terms of recovery, specifically the short-term recovery. So we know the kind of fixing stuff now. But then as we move into medium to longer term, and as an organisation being clear about what our policy settings are, and then implementing that. So in my view, the proposed recommendation is clear. I think it's clear to Craig and Nick, it's clear to me, and it's clear to our colleagues that we want a seamless response from the council and the group. We've heard Auckland Transport as well in the development of this program, and as it goes forward. There are some very key policy decisions that you will need to make that kind of surround this, as well as any approvals you give in terms of delivery costs and all of that kind of stuff, and government is a part of that. And so that's why I guess I'm starting the response with the Recovery Office, because that is the mechanism by which we are trying to get a seamless response across the organisation. For me personally, I'm satisfied with the wording, but in your hands in terms of any changes you might want to make.
No, look, I'll leave the wording there, Megan. I'm just, then I can take it that future reports would be co-authored, correct?
Yes, we'll do that. Yep.
Thank you. And just briefly speaking to it, Mayor, I guess I'm just reiterating the importance of a genuine collaborative approach. And I've been grilling the staff here because that is not the case to date. Otherwise, this report would have been co-authored, and it wouldn't have been paragraph 40, we will in the future work with these various entities, Auckland Transport, planning, etc. It would have happened, but that hasn't happened. So I'm stressing Healthy Waters has a remit and a limitation. Planning has a remit and a limitation, as well as infrastructure strategy, which also sits under the Planning Office, has a remit and its limitations as well. What I want to see going forward is all those parts, along with Auckland Transport, joined into developing the further scoping of this work, refining the initiatives, and working this up. Because in the absence of those other parties, this will not stick. This work will not be realised. Thanks, Bear.
Okay, well, subject to that, I'm going to put the motion now. It's been put, and I'd like to ask all those who are in favour, please say aye. Aye. Anyone to the contrary? Okay, I think it's been passed and endorsed. Thank you very much for your work and your attention. We're going to move to item 12, which has been referred to from the Audit Risk Committee, Health, Safety and Wellbeing Performance Report.
Happy to move, Mr. Chair.
Someone seconded as well, but we've got this bloke's got a nice fresh white shirt on, so we're going to listen to him regardless. But it's been moved by Councillor Walker and seconded by somebody, me if nobody else. Off you go and tell us about this fascinating piece of work.
Thank you. Jim, I think you were going to potentially make some introductory comments to this particular paper.
Thanks, Paul. And councillors, just to introduce, excuse me, the paper providing an update on health, safety and wellbeing. And we've made references to this early in the meeting, that actually the organisation is going through a process of change. We are dealing with a reasonably significant restructure, changes to people's roles. We're under significant financial pressure. People are seeing that across the organisation and feeling the impact of that. We have seen an increase in the number of people who have kind of utilised our support services, like Speak Up and support lines, and an increase in the number of reports of kind of stress and pressure in the workplace. Just to let you know that we have a number of initiatives underway, and we are addressing that and not to preempt any questions, but of course we'd be happy to cover those in more detail in a workshop in a few months' time, as I think the Audit and Risk Committee have recommended that the governing body be briefed in a workshop setting on those sorts of subjects. And so we'd be happy to go into more detail on that with the governing body at the appropriate time. But it is fair to say that the organisation is under a fair bit of pressure, and we are seeing evidence of that across the organisation as we are managing it. Over to you, Paul.
Thanks, Jim. So I'll take the rest of the paper as read, but there are a couple of points that I did want to just flag for you all. The first is we are continuing to spend a significant amount of time and effort ensuring that our control effectiveness for health, safety and wellbeing is robust. So we have been replacing systems, tools and frameworks. One of those is through Project Header, which is a significant piece of work to improve our management of health, safety and wellbeing through the systems and tools that we have. That is on track and delivering well. We have seen a 35% increase in the number of incidents reported as a result of that. That is showing that the systems and improvements we're embedding are sustainable and having the desired impact across the organisation. Jim has mentioned an increased focus on mental health and wellbeing across the organisation. We have a mental health plan that we've started actioning. We're referring to that as iti kahurangi. That has a number of elements to it. They focus on support for staff who are experiencing distress and mental health concerns, but also about addressing some of the underlying drivers that exist that impact on mental health in the workplace. We're also focusing attention on those critical risks in the organisation, which are those risks that have the potential for fatal injuries. We're continuing to develop standards with our workers to understand what can cause those types of injuries, and also what controls do they see as appropriate to implement to prevent those from occurring. And on that, violence and aggression, which is one of our biggest critical risks, continues to be the highest source of incident reporting across the organisation. We are undertaking a number of actions to try and address that, but it is still something that we're experiencing on a regular basis, and that's across the organisation. So I think that's probably the key points that I would want to make to you all, but happy to take any questions.
Councillor Turner, please.
Straight off with a comment rather than a question, please, because I just want to say this so that I'm not seen as not prepared to speak my mind. And the health and safety is very, very important, but it is robbing us of productivity as it slowly overwhelms the whole employment environment. And the Health and Safety Act says reasonable precautions are taken against a reasonable risk at a reasonable cost. And so although I commend all the things you are talking about, we must balance this stuff, because productivity in itself brings a reward to the individual, which helps lift their mental status, let alone anything else. So I just wanted to make that comment because it's where I stand, and I want to stand firm everywhere. Thanks.
If I might respond to that one, Councillor Turner, through the chair. I think historically, traditional health and safety approaches have been cumbersome, restricted work productivity, and have challenged workers through a compliance mindset. Modern approaches are starting to become much more about enabling successful work outcomes, and that's the definition of safety that we use now, which is ensuring that workers can undertake their work successfully more often. Thinking of injuries being a type of waste, how do we ensure that workers can do the best work they possibly can, given the tools and resources they have available to them, and enable that successful work outcome at the end of the day? So that's the definition we're taking. It's a much more productive approach to health and safety, and it tries to address some of the concerns that you've raised. So we're hoping to address that one over time.
Sounds like I was ahead of my time. Thank you.
Good points, though. I think it's just balancing the thing. It's a bit like what we're talking about, my attack on the road cones. They've made it so safe there's no road left to be dangerous on. So just balancing it. Councillor Henderson wishes to...
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Just drawing the committee's attention to point 13 in the report. Could I ask you to comment further on the Eti Kahurangi mental health plan?
Sure. So this was a plan that we structured to try and address the concerns that we were seeing across the organisation. It's broadly based around some of the work that the Business Leaders Health and Safety Forum has recommended around ensuring that we do things to both protect and support mental health, but also to foster and nurture it. So in doing that, we're focusing immediately on support. What support do our people need for their mental health? Noting that that is an obligation to us under the Health and Safety at Work Act. The support we're providing very much around ensuring that we have mental health advisory services available to the organisation. We've trained up a Manaki support network, which is a peer-to-peer support network. We are increasing the pastoral care services that we have. This is around providing wraparound care. That's our immediate focus. Longer term, we do want to start to address some of those challenges to mental health. Things that we've spoken about before around workload, for example. How do we prevent workload from driving mental health harm? That's a longer term focus because that is a tricky subject to try and address, balancing the productivity requirements of the organisation with the need to ensure that we don't overload staff. So it's a broad plan. It'll take us probably 12 to 18 months to really start to get some traction on this. Thank you.
Councillor Ferry.
Thanks. Just a bit more on that in terms of the impact that we anticipate that might have on retention, because there is a real risk here of losing highly skilled staff, and the impact that that in turn has on productivity, quite apart from treating human beings like they're human beings. So what are you sort of foreseeing in that retention space around some of the advantages of this work? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair, this is a problem that I think most organisations now are dealing with. As employees start to feel stress or start to even burn out, one of the outcomes is an impact on retention. Often, burnout impacts the most productive, most effective members of our team first, and so those are often the ones we lose first. And so that opportunity is quite significant. If we can address some of those mental health concerns and improve retention, it has also the impact of improving productivity through engagement. So we do note that retention challenges are a major driver of some of this work. We have seen it through parts of the organisation, and I have sort of referred to that in paragraph 16, where if we lose a staff member, it can take longer than their notice period to replace them, which leads to some challenges with workload for other staff members. So we do see this already across the organisation.
Interesting question at a time when we're just celebrating the fact that we're reducing the staff, but nevertheless, in the interests of mental health well-being, I might put, there is a mover and a seconder. Councillor Henderson can be the seconder. I was at one stage, but you can replace me. Yes. I will put this motion. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, thank you very much. I'm sure that's good for mental health being. If you don't get stuck in this room too long, it'll be one of the sources of mental health problems. We're now having a further one from the Audit and Risk Committee, Enterprise Risk Update. And again, I shall happily second. Delighted to have your company.
Thank you. I'll keep this one really brief. This paper's in two parts, so there's the open section and then the confidential. What we put to the Audit and Risk Committee in the open section was the risk policy and framework which they have approved as well as our risk programme, which we present to them on an annual basis, and then also a snapshot of our strategic risks, the details of which are in the confidential section. So I will take it all as read and answer any questions at this point. Otherwise, we'll have the detailed piece shortly.
It must have been an unbelievably clear report, because it doesn't seem as anyone's got any questions. I actually quite enjoyed that paper and the little bits of squares with the colour and everything on them. And I carefully looked at which. And I did have a question. And I've asked it yesterday, but I'll ask it for everybody in public. Under fraud and corruption, people always look for theft of things, but as I pointed out in the health department and hospitals, theft of time is the largest crime. And people there are accepting huge hourly rates and are not there. So do we have any evidence of that in this organisation, particularly given the fact that most people are working from home? I mean, in fact, half of the blooming council are working from home. If I ask them straight away who's awake, I might get some interesting responses. But do we actually consider that as a potential thing? Because, and how do we actually manage people working at home?
I'll respond to that. So the answer is yes, we do. We don't call it theft of time, but we do look at absenteeism. We leave that to people leaders to deal with in the first instance, but we have got cases that come through to us through the integrity team under speak-ups, through those channels, and we deal with them as conduct matters.
Okay, I'm a great believer of when you call it theft of time instead of absenteeism, it takes on a different view. And it's interesting when you go across, it's a bit hard now with so many people working at home, but it's amazing how many more people are sick on Mondays and Fridays than they are on Tuesdays, Wednesdays and Thursdays. It's either an unknown and unresearched health thing, or more than likely it's theft of time. The detective for the theft of time has put her hand up.
So do we have any evidence of trends of that kind of absenteeism in council amongst staff?
We haven't done analysis to identify any trends, but we can certainly take on board the feedback from today.
Thank you. Can I just point out for members who aren't on the Audit and Risk Committee that the Audit and Risk members asked for this item to come to governing body and to be workshopped in order to specifically raise some of the understandings about enterprise risk, so that's why it's on the agenda. Thank you.
I'm glad you did. I mean, I found that the item on page 10 of the attachment C one very interesting. Councillor Turner.
I'm not trying to make this a less than important issue, but I don't have proof of it in council, but I have proof of it in my own family. I think I just want to reinforce that I agree with you, Mr. Mayor, as an employer, that theft of time also burdens the people who haven't been taking the time. So I think it's a real issue. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Dalton, please.
Thank you. I was just wondering if we need to put a recommendation up there to have the workshop, if that has come from Audit and Risk as a recommendation. We're having it as a confidential item. Oh, is that what's next? That's good, because I was wondering.
It's so secret we're not allowed to mention it.
Sorry. Thank you.
I accidentally said workshop.
Excellent.
Because it was the original request was a workshop, but it's come as a confidential item instead.
Thank you.
Sorry.
I'm going to put the motion that we receive this, or note it rather, and we'll go into extreme secrecy in another half an hour when I've got rid of the other things. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary. Carried, and thank you. You're staying for the secret part, I take it. Item 14, this will hold your attention. The summary of governing body and committee information, memoranda and briefings, including the forward work programme. You're a happy little mover today. Henderson, you got a, what a team. Okay, any further discussion, or if you, I take it you can all answer questions about this? On that basis, I will put the motion. All those in favour to receive this? To the contrary? I don't know what you're going to do with the contrary, but thank you, it's carried and received. Now, I believe we're heading into secrecy, is that right?
Yes.
Right. I'll second this, but only secretly. Okay, all those in favour of moving into secrecy, please say aye. No, carried, we're in secrecy.